sleepless night, reaching out, grasping for a fleeting memory. All the thoughts keep piercing this broken mind. I fall, but I'm still standing, motionless. Far in the distance, there is light, a light that burns these scars of old. All this pain reminds me of what I am. I'll live, I'll become all I need to be.
My lovely imps, Thick Boy, Thelion, Intentions Nasty, Bolshevik Y2K, Grouchy Ash, Hellhound, Gayfesh, Aska, Doke Bling, Louis Boy, Nuts, Blobby, Bottling Sunshine, Token Brazilian, Grouchy Ash, Beezy, Electo, Punk Corpse, Brina, Time Arenia, Solgrakus, Sturquilinus, Bling Boy, Louse, Emerald Queen, Doom Potato, Skunksy, Bottled Sunshine, Lillian, Christopher Bilko, Arden Rose, Mother of Mudkips, Rhodes, Asha, Zero, Asher, Freya Yamato, Kruva, Baphomet, Elvin, Pipnal Cakes, Mama Mephistopheles, Witch Knight Melody, Metal Murph, Thelon, Finger, Eshmar, Uncle Gumball. My lovely imps. Beneath, Woody, August, welcome to chat for the first time ever. August, good to see you. Tame Pepper, Witch Knight Melody, Beezy. Wait, I think I read you both already, but that's okay. Exoskeletal Patchwork, Nuts, Ether, Aska, Intentions Nasty, Jazz Dog, Fortnite, Roomy Red, Mistress Lynn, Emerald Queen, Screaming Phoenix, Lucas Jeffrey, Isabel the Wolf, Nimbus 171, Nathaniel Cormier, Espen M, Brittles, Mako Blue, Sheep, Destiny Hayden, Cassandra Dow, Darknut 12, Jessica Johnson, Miss Honey, The Queen D, Madeline Justin, River Rock, Brina, Screaming Phoenix, Sea Cow, HGV Guy, Arlo, Punky Gal 90, Lasparian Giraffe, Abstract Omar, Salty Cupcake, Proud Platypus, Maxi Bites, Bookworm AF, Leanne Scott, Adrius, Neo9969A, Dome to Dome, Screaming Phoenix, Fruity, Gentle Rose 93, welcome. Gwyn Rose, Zygote, Alexandra, Cotton D-Pad, Chance on Air. I've probably read some of you more than once, but that's all right. Plain Jane Doe, Ikuri, I hope you enjoyed that lovely high energy intro. As you can see, I have received a wonderful gift. I was gifted very recently a genuine pair of Kojima Productions Ludens. These are a functional and beautiful designer pair of sunglasses, the only designer pair of anything, really, besides that one dress that I managed to find as a part of a very strange, convoluted story. These are the first ones I've ever gotten. Pretty cool, huh? I figured it would be great to welcome in the stream with some Kojima-themed music. After all, I sold out. No. I mean, they're expensive, but they're not that expensive, all right? Let's be real here, all right? Pretty cool, though, huh? Look at that. They got the Kojima logo right there. These things are sturdy as fuck. They're like very, very solid. I was impressed. I actually thought that, I expected them to be less solid. They have like pads here and everything. They're very comfortable. The dress story hasn't been told in a while. Yeah, there's a dress I have in there that was it was a designer dress that was part of a charity event. And after they were done with the charity event, all of the dresses got donated to random like Goodwills and thrift shops. And by pure chance, I happened to find one. I didn't even know about the event prior. I found it and I was like, wow, this is a really cool dress. That's the Harlequin dress. Some of you have seen those photos before. This makes my snake solid. How many imp souls did you sell for that? None, actually, because it was a gift. This was gifted to me by someone. Yeah. So, do they have a low light mode? These are just standard sunglasses. They're not like super dark, so I can still see everything fine. But I thought it would be cool to wear them and show them off on stream. And yeah, they're really good. Yeah, the Harlequin outfit. Hold on, I can show you guys the Harlequin outfit. Hold on a second. Let me grab the pictures. It's actually the one that most people, well, maybe not anymore, but most people, it used to be that people recognized that photo because that was the photo that I used basically everywhere. Here, I'll show you the outfit, all right? The drip was immaculate, okay? Take a look at that, okay? Like I was saying, the drip was off the charts when I pulled off the Harlequin look. And that's actually, if you zoom up really close, you can actually see that's a necklace that says Mama on it. It actually says Demon Mama, which is like really fucking cool. I still have that necklace. I don't wear it as often because I didn't want it to break. It was made by hand, so. It looks like I'm in a Persona 5 palace with a main character mask. Yeah, I know, it's sick. I actually, hold on, you guys want to see something cool? Hold on, watch this. The storage case, this little plaque fell down. The storage case, whoops, has a little plaque on it right here. And mine is limited edition number 875 out of 888. That's right. I got the 875th. I almost didn't get these. It was a miracle. Like I said, thank goodness for Doe, who gifted these to me for my Christmas present. It took a while for it to get here, but I'm gonna take them off now because obviously we have a lot of stuff to talk about. And a bunch of other things to do this stream, but I wanted to show them off. And I'm probably, depending on if I can get a picture that I feel confident enough, I may actually post a picture and do some totally shameless clout sharking. I happen to know that Kojima really likes it when his stuff gets showed off, so I'm hoping maybe I can get Kojima to notice me, which would be pretty amazing, honestly. Let's see. As you all know, I'm a giant Kojima fangirl. It's just how it is. Actually, I'm gonna leave these in the glass case. I'm not gonna actually put on, oh yeah, this is cool. I should show you this. This is the cool box it came with that says, From Sapiens to Ludens, which is if you have played any of Kojima's games, if you keep up with Kojima, the idea of humanity moving beyond sapiens and into something greater than what we once were is a big theme of his games, especially his most recent games, including Death Stranding, which is a work of masterful art. I'm gonna actually set these back here for the time being. Now we got them in the background. In Before Demon Mama sponsored by Kojima Games. Okay, that's the type of sponsorship I would take. I'm pretty reluctant to take sponsorships most of the time. Part of the reason is that, I don't know, I just don't feel amazingly strong about doing most sponsorships. And I don't really ever want my show to become like an ad show. I know that it's like, I know that eventually, you know, everything is a sellout. You know, when you live in a system like ours, you have to sell out to some degree. Right now, I'm on a website that solicits donations because that's how I make my living. That's just the world we live in, unfortunately. But I try to keep it to a minimum, and I've made a promise to the audience that if I ever take a sponsorship, it will only be for a product that I genuinely believe in, that I think has a, you know, that I think is made up of like a company that is made up of people that I believe in, or that has a philosophy that I believe in, you know, co-ops, things like that. I try to live my principles to the best of my ability, but you know, we are all subjects of this strange world. But yes, I do shill for Kojima for free, and that's because I love Kojima's works. I think Kojima is a master of his craft, and yeah. It would be something weird. Yeah, a bunch of press on tattoos. I would get a real, I would like to actually get a Kojima tattoo someday, but we'll see. Did you watch the Keemstar video that wasn't shown last stream? Not yet. I haven't had a chance. I've actually been very, very busy. As you guys can tell by the stream title, we're going to be talking about some pretty serious stuff today. And I have a couple of, so I want to give you guys the idea of what we're going to do. So there's a lot of new people here today. So first off, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed the opening, which I try to make as high energy and fun and cool as possible. This is the beginning of my stream. At the beginning of my stream, I always do a little bit of a warm-up. I talk about what's been going on in my life. I talk about the plan for the day. And usually I will, you know, chit-chat back and forth with chat as much as I can early on before we get into the meat of the content, usually, which is something prepared like I have today. Today we are going to be doing a couple of little things before we get into the heart of the content, more so than usual, which is that I need to announce the winners of our Lefty gun meme contest. As you all know here, this is a hive of battle queers. My community is, you know, we depart from the general left in that we are, you know, we are very pro-gun here. And by pro-gun, I mean pro-gun rights. We believe that people have the right to be armed, especially in a time like this. And to, as a way of sort of showing that, I decided to run a totally open, totally free Creative Commons meme contest for memes about queer people owning guns, about battle queers, about gay people being gay and owning guns, lefties owning guns. I did a whole contest, and it's been going for about a month and a half now. There's stuttering on YouTube. Huh. Is that true? Little audio blinks. Audio is crackling. Wait, okay, on the website, are people getting crackling audio? What the hell is going on? Ooh, that's weird. You gotta fix that right away. That has to be fixed. Okay, see, this is why it's good to do a warm-up segment. Anyway, if you're here, please press that motherfucking like button. I would deeply appreciate that. Have I dusted out my PC lately? Yeah, but not like super lately. It could be that, but I don't think it's that. I think it's probably something else. That's really strange. We have been having YouTube issues. I would be surprised. Hold on, there's a couple of things I can do real quick. Ooh, maybe that's where the problem is. Let me try a couple things real quick. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. Sounds fine now. Ah, what that could mean is that one of my XLR cables might be going. Other streams have been having the same problem. No, it's still happening. Okay, let me try a few more things. How's this? Is that a little better? Is that a little better? How's this? Is this coming out better? Maybe it was, maybe there was a small... We're gonna do a quick test here. You can tell me if there's any crackles. It pops with PT and I sounds. You know what might have happened? I was just looking and I think my gain bar got bumped up. Okay, cool. We just cracked again. Huh. Oh, what the hell's going on here? That is so strange. That makes me so mad. I want to make sure this is fixed to the best of my ability. Okay, buffers are all good. Wait. Wait. Wait, 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 wait. Okay, you're gonna have to tell me if this gets worse or... Is this better or is this worse? Test, test, test. We're testing, we're talking, we're seeing how it's going. Is this better or is this worse? Ah, better. Ah, there we go. There we go. Okay, I see what the problem was. We had a power outage and it switched the audio when I had to reboot my entire audio setup because of the power outage. It looks like I accidentally somehow I set my setting to the wrong audio codec. Damn. Okay, that's actually really encouraging that oh, thank goodness. Okay. Ah! Okay, so you're sure it's not, wow. Cracks are back. Hold on. Okay, I gotta be able to listen in on this. Hold on. Let me loop this back to myself. How do I monitor this? Hold on. Let me listen to this. Test, test, test. All right. So I'm gonna try and listen for the crackles and we're gonna see what we can do. Okay, so I'm not hearing them on my end at all. Not through my... Oh, wait a second. I know what the problem is. You thing. Here we go. This is what it is. I know the problem for sure. It's this. It's this stinking thing. Good no audio thing. It's less crackling and more skipping. It's the stupid Elgato, I bet. I guarantee you it's this damn Elgato. This fucking thing, I swear to fucking God. Audio is 224 kilobytes. How do I change that? Can I change that? Is there a way to change that? I don't think I can change that. My guess is that it's here. But I don't know. Still haven't been able to find a replacement for it? No. Elgato is very difficult to avoid for streaming. Elgato capture is like, we've tried other solutions, but they're very difficult to make work. Um, but unfortunately, it's like the only thing we really can do, as far as I can tell. This should hopefully fix it. I'm hoping we don't have any issues with the... that would be very unfortunate. Um, uh, yeah, my cybernetics are malfunctioning. Stream upload. I wonder if I'm just putting out too much. I wonder if my audio is just too much output. It really could just be that my stream has way like too high audio codec output. Ah, wait a second. Hold on. There we go. Okay. So there's the problem. There's a mismatch in the bit rate between what's coming from the Elgato and what's going out to the stream. Ah, this is so annoying. Thank you all for being patient with me while we deal with this. I wish I knew how to fix this though. How do I actually change that? Is there a way for me to Elgato is, by the way, just for the record, like it's really difficult to adjust your settings in the Elgato. Allow 60 with analog audio. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll switch to analog audio. I don't know how I can fix this off the cuff. I don't know if there actually is a way for me to do this on the fly like this. We might just have to deal with it for one more time. It's the Elgato Game Capture HD60S Plus, and it's putting out a different bit rate, which is being crunched down when it goes into YouTube. And that I think is where the problem lies. But it doesn't actually give me the option in here to manually change the Elgato's output. That's so fucking frustrating. Ah, well. You'd think she'd do this before stream. Well, see, that's the problem, Uncle Gumbald. The problem with streaming is that it's very difficult to know when these problems arise until you already go live. Like on my end, if I turn the monitor on from my end, I can hear what's going out before it hits YouTube. But the problem is that when it's being sent to, when it like goes to YouTube, like there's no way for me to intercept that. Yeah. Analog requires a tool. Yeah, I know, but what I'm trying to say is why I wish I knew how to I wish I knew how I could change the I just wish I knew how to change the Elgato settings. I mean, it's not a big deal, but yeah. Yeah, Elgato just, I mean, it's telling me what it's putting it out as, but I realize that's probably where it's coming from. I just don't have the ability, or at least off the cuff, I don't know how to do that. So sorry about that, everybody. It's okay. This is just a minor hiccup. Yeah, so. Try talking nonstop for a minute to see how bad it is. Yeah, I mean, I've basically been doing that, right? People are saying that it's happening every, minute or so, which is, not the worst thing on the planet, but it is pretty annoying. Game capture, audio output settings. There should be, see the Elgato only, it's so fucking annoying. It only ever lets you change the audio, like, decibels as far as I can tell. It's so fucking annoying. Have you tried turning it to Wumbo? You'd say it's about 5 times a minute? Oh God, that's so annoying. Huh. You have the Elgato Game Capture app? Yeah, I do. Oh, okay. So wait, you said to built-in software? Yeah, but wait, how do I don't even know how I do that. Preferences? No. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any option for audio for me to actually change that, which is very frustrating, of course. But I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to be able to do with that. If not, you can change the audio to mono. I could change the audio to mono. I could do that. Which I think would fix it. Maybe. Not 100% sure that would do anything, but here we can try that. Let's give it a try. Here. Let's give this a try. Has the crackling stopped if I manually set it to mono? It is I mean, the output is mono, but it's set as a stereo track. So no, so the crackling is still there. Damn it. So this is why it's a YouTube issue. This is why we've been having this issue on YouTube specifically. God, that makes so much sense. How fucking annoying is that? Okay, maybe this will fix it if I just, could you increase the audio buffer size? It's not about the audio buffer size. The problem is that it's being output. So here, let me try and explain this. I know people are going to start getting bored if I don't change the subject, but the tool to fix it is available on Elgato's website. Is that true? Elgato Game Capture HDS 60 S Plus manual audio output settings. They're like very restrictive in what you can actually do. It's incredibly frustrating. Yeah, troubleshooting audio. Audio plays in the software, no audio plays. Yeah, they don't even give you anything, whatever. Is this bad? Luxander was having, maybe there was an update. Your computer is having issues converting data from both video and the audio at the same time from the capture card to OBS. It's like a bottleneck. You possibly have it plugged into a front port. No, I do not have it plugged into a front port. Okay, these are, oh, wow, okay, hold on, all right, well, thank you, hold on, whoa, shit, hold on. All right, I'm gonna try and fix this, and then we're gonna get to the stuff. Don't go away, don't run away because of this. You will now be able to use hardware-accelerated decoding and encoding. Software will work with the original one, but isn't this what I have? Oh, maybe it's not, maybe I don't have this version. It says, sussy. How sussy? Let's find out. Oh, this is different. I don't even know, but wouldn't it be different because of... I'm using this on a Mac. So my computer is not a Mac, but the streaming computer is. Maybe the software is just different on there. Oh no, I got the right version. It just does not have the same tools on Mac, which is very, very strange in my opinion. There might just be, I mean, it's very annoying to me that this is happening. Stream abruptly ends. Yes, I did talk to, oh, by the way, thank you for the $5, Darth Vegan. Yes, Happy Healthy Vegan has contacted me and we are in a discussion to fix it. It's not front ports. It's not the ports. Is this not it? Let me take a look. Maybe there's a way for me to do this. I want to fix it because I really don't want people to be annoyed the entire time. That would make me so sad. It makes me sad when people get annoyed by the audio levels. But it doesn't seem to be... Test. Ooh. There's an echo. It's gotten a bit better. Well, it should be significantly better. I know what I need to do next time to fix it. Unfortunately, YouTube is extremely picky about what types of like the bit rate of streams, which makes me worried that this might become troublesome. It's been clear for a bit. Okay, that's good. Well, I did switch it over. The analog auto Elgato. Yeah, I think what I need to do is I think I just need to, I need to fix this as a, I need to fix this over time. There needs to be a broader solution, and I need to stop relying on the Elgato as much because it's very, twice. Oh, god damn, that's so annoying. God damn, that's so fucking annoying. Damn it. Wait a second, hold on. Here we go. Let's test this real quick. Okay, test, 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 test. Test. Any more crackles? Are you getting any more crackles? Just crackle. Wow. That's really bad. It's way worse? How is that even possible? Okay, I got an idea. Hold on. There's a way to fix this. Hold on. Ouch. Is it here now? Returned! Yes! Yes, I've returned! Now that everyone has fled. Did you play The Sound Goblin Has Gold? Yeah, crackle, crackle, crackle. Oh, Jesus Christ. How? How is it worse? Oh, oh! It's so, this is driving me crazy. Everybody's complaining about the crackles. Okay, I don't care. I'm gonna tank my viewership. I don't give a shit. People will come back when the topic begins because I know people want to hear me. Just stick around, okay? Be fucking patient. Let me see here. I need to figure this out because it's gonna drive me insane. Depending on the software used, uncompressed. No one hears a crackle. Yes, they do. People are hearing the crackle. They're definitely hearing the crackle. We'll receive uncompressed video from S+. There's no maximum bitrate, which means that I should be able to open this up. I should be able to go into my OBS studio settings. I should be able to choose my goddamn audio bitrate. I should be able to set it out at the correct one. Okay. My God. Do you have a mic interface? No, I have a mic interface. This is not an interface problem. This is an issue with, I know that this is an issue between my computer and YouTube. It skipped. Didn't work. Okay, we're gonna test this real quick. Test this. How's this? Test, 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 test. It's not always audio. We haven't had audio issues in fucking forever. We haven't had a single audio issue in streams. This is driving me insane. We haven't had a single fucking issue. Are we going to talk about the deep fake stuff? Yes, we are going to talk about the deep fake stuff. Deep fake stuff. The poor fucking thing is going to be. I wonder. Hold on a second. I wonder. Test. Test. Is there any more crackling? Is there any crackling at all? Still crackling. That means that's the issue still. Is your Mac updating? It's not that. It's nothing to do with that. I can tell you it has nothing to do with that. I'm getting perfect throughput. There is a mismatch somewhere along the line that probably occurred because of the change between wonder. This is probably going to go way worse. Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in again? I just did that. Trust me. It's definitely not that. Is that worse or better? That probably made the video worse though, didn't it? Didn't it? Or does it look the same or sound the same? Still crackly as hell. Oh my God. How is this fucking possible? So there's where I swear to God, I know where the problem is, but I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to make this. I don't know how to ensure that this incorrectly. God, it's so fucking annoying. It's not the microwave. It's nothing like that. I think I know what the problem is. I just do not know how to fix it without fucking breaking into the goddamn, um, without breaking into this fucking shit. Flip the burrito. Have I tried smearing ham on it? Get it to help? No, it's not that. Okay, I'm gonna try and explain this one last time before we lose this. Are we watching this on a delay? There's a tiny delay. But that's on YouTube's side once again because YouTube makes us do all kinds of things. So the problem that I'm having here is that the Elgato is not allowing me to change its output. I need it to output at a lower bit rate because it's getting compressed by YouTube, which is a problem. I need it to stop. And it's very difficult to do anything with Elgato because they don't like it. Wait, there's one way there's something I could test. System preferences. Ah, hold on. This might be the way that I fix it. Let's see here. If I can change that on Mac. Contact Elgato. It's like... it's so fucking annoying. There's probably a way that I could change this, but I don't understand why this hasn't been happening before. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. May have fixed it. Hold on, I want to make sure that what they're telling me to do here. This is probably going to fuck everything up. Mic offset. Mic sync offset in milliseconds. Okay, this could completely ruin everything. I have no idea. Is that better? Is that better or worse? There's probably a delay now in the audio. There's now just an AV desync. Well, it said that if you're having this issue that should fix it, but it didn't. Audio delay, no crackling. Big delay, but no crackling. Aha! What about this? Okay, I changed the delay. Wait, we might have gotten it, everybody. I got a small delay. Tiny delay. And it's working! God damn it! God fucking damn it! Okay. My fucking God. Ah, how fucking annoying. It's crackling and freezing now. So now it's doing both. This is so fucking annoying! What's your output encoder preset? OBS plus Elgato has issues with low latency mode. Just set it output encoder preset for audio. I have it set to very fast, I think. Fucking editor coming in. Yeah, I have it set for very fast. Do you want me to drop that down? Danny fucking coming in. The output is set to not to low latency mode. You really think restart a stream might fix it? That would be so annoying. Well, I have it set to very fast. I don't know how to change it from quality. I don't know where we're talking about here, which end. It's not the computer, guys. It's not the computer. I'm fucking telling you, it's not that. This is definitely a new issue. Compress the audio bitrate before. That's what I'm already having it do that. I'm already having it do that. Yeah, if stream resets, you guys better fucking come back. Every single time I do this, people fucking ditch. It's annoying as shit. It's not my fault that streaming has become so... Is to get the updated system? All right, fine. Hold on. What's the newest version of the software I can get? I'll do it. I'll do it right now. I'll fucking do it. I'm so annoyed. I'm gonna do this. Let me see. Let me see. Let me check. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna make sure I got the right software. It says I got the newest version, so it says I got the newest version. This is 2.11.14. Let's fucking see. Mac. Newest version. I'm on the newest version. There is nothing else, unfortunately. Bitch. Bitch. How fucking annoying is that? How fucking annoying is that? Well, this sucks. I guess we're just gonna have to deal with it. I don't really know what to do. I don't know how to fix this at all off the cuff like this. It's very annoying to me. It's driving me crazy, but I don't really know how to fix it. Now there's an echo? Oh, wait, I know what that is. Now there should not be an echo. Big echo. Man, this is so fucking dumb. Streaming software, by the way, is like the worst shit on the planet. Dealing with this shit is like the worst. It's actually so fucking annoying. You guys have no idea how many failure points there are. I mean, you do now because you're watching me have to deal with this crap. But like, unironically, there are so many failure points. Crackles and no more freezing, but the lighting is changing. What? It's like rock concert, crackle, creakle, crackle. So mad. Can I USB it straight into my computer? No. How annoying. Yes, this is me. Yes, thank you for that, dang cat lord. This is the worst. There was a ghost in my chair. Yeah. Does your audio interface go through your video card? No, it's USB'd in, and then it all gets captured. It all gets down mixed and captured by my capture card. Audio issues are one of the things that drive me the most crazy. I wish there was a way that I could fix this, but I have no idea what to do to fix this. No crackling? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Stick with me through the crackle. So far, so good. Red tint is more now. Well, that's, I don't know what to do about that. Crackle has not been seen so far. That might have fixed it. I breathed in a bunch of dust by accident. Oh my God, did we fix it by accident? Decoupling the two could help a lot in the future. I have a preamp, don't worry. Look, I have a preamp. The problem is with my setup. I'm telling you, I've worked on this damn audio for so long, and there was no issue whatsoever for a while. Sing a song for good luck. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel, secret, 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 secret tunnel. Okay. Yeah, people are getting some crackles. We're just gonna have to deal with it now. I can't do it anymore. We have to, I'll try and fix it off stream. But some people are getting a little bit of stuff, but the crackling is going down. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna just have to deal with it at this point. Only suggestion I have is record VOD audio separately, but that's your choice. Yeah, it could be. I think I know what the problem is. So we're gonna continue now. We're gonna go forward with what I had planned. We have a ton of people here. I appreciate you all being here. Please press the like to cure my sad, sad soul. I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do next time, so yeah. What I'm gonna do is when we go off stream, I'm going to figure out a way to ensure that YouTube, my OBS, and my capture card are all on the exact same bit rate with nothing else, okay? Just buy a new one. It has nothing to do with the hardware. There is not a single problem with my hardware. All of my hardware is either new or in perfect condition. This is a issue with the software because Elgato is a nightmare company. And when I say it's a nightmare company, it is a nightmare company. It doesn't they don't actually give you the control over anything. They want to like take control over everything that you're doing. And it's remarkably annoying. So, yeah. There's just no issue with the hardware. I know there's no problems with the hardware. Unless something literally just randomly got fried just now. It's just, yeah. Do check how it records to video for a couple of minutes before you rule out hardware issues after stream. Sure, yeah. It does. It's one of those softwares that thinks it knows your audio better than you. It's, what company is this? Elgato. Just get a new Elgato? Yeah, no. Unfortunately, they're expensive. Why do I have to inhale some fucking dust? Now my throat feels all itchy. God damn it. It's okay. I'll be able to fix it in the future. I think I know what the problem is. Anyway, people in chat are asking, genocide? Well, why, yes, we're going to be talking about that today. We're going to be talking about that in just a little bit. But first, I have to share something with you. I have to share something with you all, which is, as you all know, this is something positive, okay? We're going to do something positive first, then we're going to talk about the genocide stuff, and we're going to go from there. So, real quick, I want to show you all a whole bunch of memes. We're going to scroll through and look at all of these memes together, and I'm going to choose the winners right now, and then after stream, the winners are going to get the award. And what is the award, you might ask? Well, there are 3 awards. The first place winner is going to get a year's free subscription to my website. The second place winner is going to get 6 months for free on my website. And the third place winner gets, damn it, 3 months subscription for free on my website. And it's super, super cool because it's the trans and Lefty gun meme contest. Now, I have to open this up by, oh my God, the dust in my throat actually got me. No democracy? No, I don't give a shit about democracy. In Demon Mama world, I am the autocrat. I am a evil, imperial, evil person. If I watch the stream through the website embed, does Demon Mama get YouTube bucks from YouTube Premium? Yes, I do, as far as I can tell. Yep. You happen to have found a few good memes? All right, we'll take a look at them. So, let me talk about this real quick, okay? Let me just explain this for you, okay? Right now, we live in a very, very strange period of American history. And by strange, I mean, well, it's kind of like other periods in American history, but it's also not like other periods in American history. We have a rising and increasingly deranged faction of political actors who are genuinely convinced that there is a woke mind virus that is traveling around the world and transing your kids. They don't believe in an actual, real, confirmable scientific virus that we know is killing people. Instead, they believe in a magical, invisible, woke mind virus that is transing your children and turning them gay. These people are incredibly, incredibly violent, and their rhetoric has only gotten more violent. And while in the past, a lot of this rhetoric was checked by liberals, you know, the Democrats, who were in opposition to the Republicans to some degree or another, over the last few decades, we have increasingly seen Democrats take the position of disarmament, essentially. The idea that Americans should not be entitled to owning firearms. That Americans should denounce their right to self-defense, despite the fact that self-defense is the Second Amendment to the Constitution. It is right there after free speech. The right to bear arms is the second fucking amendment. Right? So liberals, by and large, have taken the idea that we should basically we should basically rely on the government to protect us at all times. As you can imagine, given that we literally just came out of a Donald Trump government, and previous to that, we were in a Obama government, and then previous to that, we were in a George Bush government, which is, George Bush is like, basically like Trump, but with a mask on. I think that the idea that individual Americans should rely on the government being the main protector of them as far as their physical condition, excuse me, is a bullshit one. I am very much a believer that we should exercise whatever rights that we have in our power to ensure that we and our communities are safe. Now, there's a couple of things that I want to caveat this with, which is one, I do not believe that gun ownership is the most important form of community defense. In fact, I think the most important form of community defense is togetherness, solidarity, and real connections. Those right there, those three ideas are like the core of what makes a community safe. There is safety in numbers, there is safety in understanding one another, and there is a lot of safety in a lot of people actually genuinely understanding each other. If that doesn't make sense to you, I just want you to think about it like this. Let's imagine that you are a diabetic, okay? There's a lot of diabetics out there. If you live in a neighborhood full of people who all know that you're diabetic and they all care about you and they all know a little bit about what it looks like if you're having a medical emergency, if you're out walking your dog and your neighbor sees you pass out, they might know what to do to get you help. They might know to keep an eye out for that. If people haven't seen you in a long time, they might come check on you. Your well-being is protected by the fact that you are a part of a community that understands your needs and things that could threaten your health. Additionally, the threat of violent government or otherwise inquisition, like you know, brown shirts are going to roll into your neighborhood, is not the highest risk in the world. In fact, in our society, much more mundane deaths are much more common. People die from neglect. People die from oppression. People die from abuse. That doesn't look like what we would imagine. Like, it doesn't look like a Syria type situation where the Syrian government is occupying neighborhoods. Obviously, there are places in the United States where we do see the actual, like, essentially militarized occupation of neighborhoods, but that's neither here nor there. We're going to talk about that in a minute. What I am trying to say here is that community defense is a big, big thing. But, and that's the big but, guns are still very, very important. We cannot cede our right to self-defense, okay? We can't do that. I'm going to show you guys something real quick, okay? Give me just a second. I'm going to show you something interesting and cool, okay? This is an AR-15, okay? This is an AR-15. This is my AR-15, okay? I know how to take care of this. I know how to safely store it. I know how to make sure that it works, and I know how to shoot it. And I'm a pretty good aim as well, okay? That's my AR-15. It's a fantastic rifle. The costs range anywhere from somewhere around $500 to if you really want to get fancy with it, you know, up to $2,000. I like a long gun because I am a big person. I'm very tall. I have very long arms, so a longer gun is much more comfortable to me, okay? I think that gun ownership is very important. Responsible gun ownership is very important. But here in the United States, we have a right-wing gun culture, okay? And I think you guys all know what right-wing gun culture looks like. In fact, recently we watched a video. I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna play it again real quick, just so you guys understand what I'm talking about when I say that we have a country with a right-wing gun culture. I'm gonna play you a quick little video. I'm not even gonna do any commentary on it. I just want you guys to see it before we get into this, and then we're gonna talk about a whole bunch of stuff. Let me just grab this video for you real quick. All right, one moment. Where the hell did it go? Where's my damn video? Oh wait, it was further back than I thought. We watched it just the other day. Hold on a second. Here we go. Yeah, this is the one, okay? Here, let me show this to you, all right? This is the one that I was thinking of. It took me, I actually forgot the name of the brand because it's so silly. This one right here, it's called the Resvani. What the hell? Wait, really? What's going on here? No! Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What? No. Oh, that's why. Oh, there we go. Here we go. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. This is called the Resvani, okay? This is a suburban tank with military treads. It has electrified handles. It has pepper spray in the rear view mirror. It has body armor. It has anti-landmine protection on the bottom. It has a ram cage on the front. It has deliberately designed blinding lights on the front, top, and back. You actually can't see out the back, so it has a digital rear view mirror because you can't actually see out the back. And the vehicle has a extremely loud bullhorn that you can scream at and you can yell and break people's eardrums with the sound of it. Now, that is sort of representative of the right-wing gun culture. The right-wing gun culture is centered around big, loud, highly dangerous pieces of hardware that are usually expensive, that are generally designed to essentially cave into this idea of suburban paranoia. That isn't even Resvani's craziest product. All right, you know what? Let's take a look at it. Here we go. Hercules. Oh no! They have a 6-wheeler SUV with roll cage, ram, everything like that. Come on. Let's see what else we got. What else do they have in here? So they got some Jeeps. They've got a 6x6. They got the 6x6 military. 20 security features. Can we see the security features? Let's see them. Let's see them. Here we go. Here we go. Bulletproof glass body armor, underside explosive, a smoke screen, military run flat tires, thermal night vision system, reinforced suspension, electromagnetic pulse protection, ram bumpers, explosive device detection, continuous internal and external video recording, electrified door handles, siren and horn, strobe lights, blinding system, magnetic deadbolt, internal gas mask, internal first aid kit, internal hypothermia kit, pepper spray dispenser. All right, okay? So that is the right-wing gun culture. The right-wing gun culture is about big, it is about loud, it is about ostentatious flaunting of firearms, okay? The right-wing gun culture is about the idea that you are constantly at threat of invasion by your fellow Americans, that you should be afraid of your neighbors, that you should be afraid of people who look different than you, that you should wield your arms with that fear in mind. I don't think that's a good gun culture. In fact, I think that gun culture is the gun culture that has led to us finding ourselves in the horrible predicament that we are in. America is full of weapons, and it is overwhelmed with paranoia. People shoot each other by accident all the time. People shoot each other intentionally all the time. We have a glut of mass shootings. It's a bad situation, okay? But the answer is not complete and utter disarmament. And I've talked about this many times. I will talk about it many times again, but I want you to understand that there is no way that the guns in America are going anywhere, okay? There is a 0% chance that there will be any meaningful disarmament in the United States of America. Keep in mind that the people who would be doing the disarmament, aka police and military, are generally overwhelmingly in support of private gun ownership and also overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump and are right wing. So what I'm trying to say is, if there is ever overarching gun restrictions passed in this country, if there is ever a actually meaningful gun ban or a gun confiscation program, the only people who are going to be targeted, mark my words, will be minorities. Police who predominantly prey on minorities, police who predominantly vote far right, are not going to go and confiscate their own guns. They are not going to go and confiscate the guns of their KKK buddies. They are going to confiscate selectively. They will put queer people, they will put black people, they will put Hispanic people, they will put Asian people first in line before anything else while they work on overturning the ban. And that's if we ever even get a ban. But you have to understand, even if there was a ban, there are significantly more guns in America, private, like personally owned firearms, than there are people. Guns are here to stay, which means, in conclusion, that we need to build a lefty gun culture. We need to build a lefty gun culture that is centered around protecting marginalized people, that is centered around community defense, that is centered around taking care of one another, that is centered around safety, that is centered around proficiency. And that is something that I'm very, very interested in. Make sense? I hope that makes sense. If all of that sounds cool as hell to you, or at least interesting, press the like button. Now is a perfect time to press the like button. We have a whopping 510 people watching right now, and I would love to have all of you like the stream and also subscribe because it's really cool. Oh, thank you, Vermin. You want to? Oh, if you rewind back a little bit to the beginning of the stream, you will see my cool new sunglasses. Doe bought me a really cool pair of Kojima Productions Ludens, which are really amazing. So, how much guns is good enough to buy for yourself? That's for you to decide. It depends on what you want to do. I am someone who very much believes in communalized gun ownership. And what I mean by that is that I think it's a good thing when multiple people in a household or multiple people in a community know where they can find guns, know that they can be safely stored, and that there's many eyes on them. One of the biggest risks when it comes to gun violence is self-harm. A lot of people use guns as a way to essentially harm themselves. And that can be reduced pretty significantly by having those guns be communally watched over. By having multiple people know where the gun is, whether it's loaded, where the ammunition is, know how to use it, how to disarm it, how to take them apart, know how to secure them. If everybody knows that, not everyone even has to own a gun in order to have that level of safety present while neutralizing the biggest risk. Because of course, one of the biggest risks of all is self-harm from guns. We can neutralize that risk by creating a healthy culture around guns. Does that all make sense? I hope that really makes sense. Sam All Colors says, statistically speaking, you're more likely to be shot by a relative or yourself by far than an intruder. My belief in a lefty gun culture is less about dealing with individual intruders and instead about building resilient communities. Let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you a couple things, okay? So, I have lived through a number of very significant natural disasters, okay? But the biggest one in my near memory was the 2019 wildfires in Northern California. What I saw during the wildfires in Northern California and in the preventative measures leading up to the wildfires in California was a widespread neglect. The state essentially allowed private corporations to shut off the power to hundreds of thousands of people with no recourse. There were people who died within 12 minutes of the shutdown. You want to know why? Because the power company shut down power to people who had medical needs that could not be met for. Now, obviously, in a situation like that, power is like literally electricity is the only thing that can help save somebody like that. However, in the case that there is significantly further climactic unrest, which every single major climatic news or climate news source and every single major climate scientist in the world is begging people to acknowledge that there's going to be more climate unrest, having guns is very valuable for a number of reasons. Not only are you more safe by being able to physically defend yourself if you are harmed or attacked, that's one thing, but also because guns can be used for things like hunting. They can be used for hunting. You can actually take a gun and get food if you know how to use it. And I'm not a big, as we all know, I'm not like the biggest like meat fan. I largely agree with vegans, but when you're in a survival situation, being able to know how to use a gun, being able to feed people when you might not actually be able to get food anywhere else is pretty important. Now, when the fires that I lived through, there was indeed food shortage. And what I mean by that is that when the power went out, multiple local grocery stores had their entire store's stocks spoil. There was nothing that could be done. The cheapest thing for local grocery stores to do was to simply let the food spoil and wait till the fires were over, then come back afterwards and restock. But that was for a relatively short power outage. If there were significant climatic events that caused long-term power outages, food scarcity could become a genuine threat. And I don't want people to die. My rule number one is do not fucking die. So there's a number of reasons to consider gun ownership. And there's a number of situations in which you want to consider it that aren't just this suburban paranoia about getting invaded in your house. However, there is another part that I want people to consider, okay? Which is that an armed populace is a deterrent, okay? Seriously, an armed populace, an armed community is a deterrent. People, let's just imagine that there's a gang out there, okay? Let's imagine that there is a heavily armed gang. They are armed with surplus military equipment, and they have a tendency to act as political partisans. We have seen this. This is an imaginary gang. I want us to keep it in the imaginary gang. Okay. The imaginary gang. They have gang signs. They literally have a unique language that they use. They have a whole bunch of terms that only they use, that only they understand. They literally give each other tattoos. They cover for each other. They lie for each other. A community that is known for being well armed is much less likely to be a target of violence from that gang, okay, than one that does not. These gangs operate often cases in very sort of base political partisanship. They pick on communities that they don't like. They pick on communities that are already down, where they know that they can take advantage of, steal from, maybe even kidnap members of that population. And they're less likely to be an asshole all the time. They're less likely to try to ruin your life if they know that you and everyone that you know is armed. Does that make sense? Now, like I said, as you could tell by this very long preamble that I've been doing, I don't think that that's the biggest risk, but I do think it's a risk. And I think that if it goes sour, it could become a larger risk. And I don't want people to be preyed upon by an evil gang of people. Like, imagine, what if they had, like, what if this gang's, like, most popular, one of their most popular symbols was a bleeding skull? What if one of their most popular symbols was a flag that indicated that they were separate and above you, that they were separating the good people from the bad? Wouldn't that be strange? Some people might even call them like a hog gang or something along those lines. Regardless, I believe that a well-armed populace, a knowledgeable, safe, and well-armed set of communities is a deterrent to violent predation by gangs like the imaginary hog gang. Sorry, I had a little bit in my eye. Like the imaginary hog gang, or say the skull gang, or perhaps we could call them the blue gang. Yeah. Yeah, what if these combined a skull with the flag? Like it was like black and blue, and the skull indicated that they were the sheepdogs that were meant to protect you from the evil. Interestingly, you know, they symbolize it with the color black. There's nothing, don't look into that at all. Yeah, it'd be kind of strange, wouldn't it? Anyway, all of this is to say that I think it's very important that the left, by and large, and even liberals, if we can convince them, embrace a healthier gun culture than that which we have seen before. And as a part of this, I decided to run something a little small. I am a small content creator. I am not like a giant yet, maybe someday. But I'm a small content creator, so I can only do a couple of things. And one of the things that I think is most important in this time is that we share laughs, that we spread our ideas, and also that we look cool while doing it. All of this is to say, I ran a meme contest. You might even argue that I ran a propaganda contest, but I don't know if we want to use that word around here. I mean, it's not like things like the groomer blood libel are currently trending on Twitter, that our opponents are engaging in blatant propaganda while we sit around and twiddle our thumbs. Well, not me. I decided that we could have fun while doing something good in the world. And the result has been pretty cool, all right? So let's take a look at the Lefty without any further ado. Now that I've given you my whole rundown, let's take a look at some of the cool gun memes that my community managed to put together, and then I'll announce the winners, and then we can talk about the rest of the stuff that I have to talk about today, because we have some pretty heavy stuff to go through, which I think will only make the need for this type of stuff more right now. Let's do it, all right? Here we go, everybody. Let's go! Bite the hand that beats you. And then we have a Leon S. Kennedy feminized, which I think is pretty incredible, personally. I think that looks pretty damn good. Your life has value. Defend it. Wait, before we look at the left-wing gun memes, you gotta look at this doofus. Who's this doofus? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, fine. All right, I'll grant this request. We'll watch one doofus, okay? This right here, by the way, is like right-wing gun culture in a nutshell, okay? You don't want to be this guy, all right? Don't be this guy. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh. He shot randomly there. He shot off into nowhere there. Oh, shit. Oh, got one of them, maybe. Oh, shot himself in the head. Oh, he got that guy with the knife. He's stumbling with the next knife, stumbling with the next gun. Oh, he dropped the magazine. Oh, no, he dropped the fucking magazine. Okay, you don't want to be this guy. You do not want to be this guy. There were at least 2 negligent discharges during that. We don't want to be like that, okay? Using guns is not dancing around like some kind of like, you're some kind of goof, okay? You can definitely have fun shooting guns, but not like this. These are my people. He's got a website. Oh no, GunMax. No, you're joking. Yeah, you're joking. You fucking faked me out. You tried, all right? See, this is why I think that this type of like operator culture garbage is not gonna help us. And instead, we need more stuff like this. Your life has value. Defend it. Based and true-pilled. Next. Stop the bleed. First aid is essential. I like this one a lot. And part of the reason why I like this one is because it talks about another very important aspect of building a good gun culture, which is learning how to stop bleeding and learning how to do first aid, something that I promote on my show regularly. Did you know, my lovely, lovely imps, that in just 20 minutes, that's right, you can go to stopthebleed.org and in 20 minutes, you can be Stop the Bleed certified? No joke. Stop the Bleed is a real medical organization. It has approval from medical organizations all across the world. And in 20 minutes, you can know how to use a tourniquet. You can know how to stop minor bleeding. You can know how to treat minor knife wounds, which is pretty goddamn amazing. We actually do have a command for it. Somebody can go ahead and do that. I am Stop the Bleed certified. I think it's just called bleed. I think it's just exclamation bleed. There we go. Yeah, Stop the Bleed right now. It takes 20 minutes, get certified, and save a life. Do you see why I think little agitprop like this is very helpful? These are super important to the type of community that we are trying to build. Oh yeah, by the way, for anyone who wants to go look at these memes themselves, all you have to do is join the Discord at discord.gg/demonmama. Make sure that you do the, follow the little things. There's a little pop-up that'll tell you what to do. Add your role, verify in the server, and then you can go and check them out in the gun meme contest. Now, something you should understand, every meme that we are looking at today is released to the public. Okay, that was the rule. The rule for it was that all the memes have to be originals. If they're not, and they have to be, you have to be okay with them being spread around. The goal is to ensure that we have memes that we can spread around, that we can start building these ideas in online left spaces about that arming yourself is a good thing to do, and that you should do so responsibly, that you should learn community defense. That's the goal, and we're gonna accomplish it. Let's jump back in. This one I used today. I really love this one personally. No compromise with genocide. Take a look at that. That's so pretty. It's got the trans flag colors. It's got the girl with the, look at that. You got the AR-15 there. Incredible. I love this one. Now these were made by, these were submitted by Infernatrix Sophia on behalf of the Armed Trans Women Discord, which, hey, Armed Trans Women Discord might be a good place for y'all to go check out. Let's take a look at these. It's dangerous to go alone. Organize now. True. Remember how I said that community is really important to community defense? The first word there is community. You got to get together. You got to talk to each other. You got to make friends and sit down and put your lives together. It's dangerous to go alone. Organize now. These are a bunch of variants of that, which I think all of these look absolutely fantastic personally. They're very catchy. Here we go. Mutual aid means mutual defense. Also very good. When people talk about mutual aid, which is a very common lefty, especially anarcho-lefty concept, mutual aid, a part of mutual aid is being able to take care of each other, is being able to defend people who might not be able to defend themselves. It's a simple fact that not everyone can own a gun. There you go. So some people gotta be able to defend one another. Dangerous to go alone, organize now. That's a new one. Dangerous to go alone, organize now. These ones are all variations on the same basic. Oh wait, I went back through them. Sorry, we gotta go to the next set. Bite the hand which beats you. I agree. I think you guys know my do not fucking die is totally okay with biting the hands that beat you. It's dangerous to go alone. Organize now. Most transphobes are armed. Are you? This is another good point that goes right in line with what I was talking about. Remember how I mentioned that there's a political faction in our country? It just so happens that the people most obsessed with violence, most obsessed with guns, are also transphobes. The transphobic faction and the fascistic violent faction are the same faction. We have to recognize that and go for it. To live is rebellion. I like that one. This one isn't immediately about guns, but it fits the theme. I hate anime now. These are all kind of sexualized. Do these have to be anime? No, this is just the first submission. Some people like anime. Don't be weird about it, all right? Trans workers, take up your rifles. I love the design. I love this design. This is also incredibly well done and true. Trans workers should take up their rifles. Well done, Posadas John. Fantastic. Here's a couple more of these. Assimilation is death. True, you know how I stand on that. Pride means resistance. Yes, it does. Being proud of yourself means being willing to defend who you are and what you are and the people of other people like you. Armed trans women. I think this one's really cute with the little, I think this is a Metal Slug character. These are really good in my opinion. Pride means resistance. And we got a couple more down here. If there is an army of the oppressors, there must be an army of the oppressed. Abdullah Öcalan, which I like this quote a lot. It is true. If there is an army of the oppressors, there must be an army of the oppressed, unless the oppressed are willing to go down without a fight. But I don't think that most people are. These are made by the same person. These are not all made by the same person. These are made by the same Discord. Demon Speaker says, hey, is the title for real? What happened recently? Gonna be honest, going through my schoolwork after a bad brain drain. Need a quick feel for how much longer I have safety in Texas. How dramatized clickbait is it? Not at all. I'll talk about it in just a minute. We're doing this first, and then we'll be talking about it in depth. My title is not clickbait in the slightest. There is zero clickbait. These were made by the same Discord, but not the same person. Your life has value. Defend it. I like this one because there's like this mommy figure, and she's like telling you that you're worth it. Hey, who does that remind you of? Your life has value. Defend it. Don't fucking die. Who does that remind you of? Mutual aid means mutual defense. And this one, you see you've got the chaos symbol with the little lambda. So this is a fusion of the sort of like LGBT, the lambda being the like the most inclusive symbol that's generally used for queer people. And then you have the chaos sun. Now is the time of monsters. That is true. We do live in a time of monsters. This one's a video version, which we can watch up here. The time has now come to tear down this shrine entirely and not bow down before it. It is a piteous apology for what little autonomy has been won. Pretty cool. I like this style. Here's one that includes, here we go, here's this one. The only conceivable end of Kantianism is the end of modernity. And to reach this, we must foster new Amazons in our midst. I don't know that quote. These are aesthetic as hell? Yeah, I'm telling you. I told you. Black Sultan says, did Demon Mama get into the topic yet? Not quite yet. We're doing the Lefty gun meme contest right before we do this. So we got a little bit more. Chris A. Camara says, just joined chat. What's going on? We're going through my community's amazing Lefty gun memes, and I'm going to pick some winners who are going to get a nice little treat. I like this one. This isn't explicitly gun related, but I like it, and I think it qualifies. Dethrone God, diyhrt.github.io. As you all know, this is a link to how people can ensure that they have access to safe and high quality HRT, which is provided right here in here. So I like this one a lot. This is made by a longtime community member and absolute god Nasty. Not the god that needs to be dethroned, but a different type of god. I love this one. And I agree, this isn't technically gun related, but because it teaches people about medicine, it absolutely falls within community defense. Like I said, my lefty gun culture, the lefty gun culture I'm trying to help build, I'm trying to be a part of, includes all aspects of community defense. First aid, medical needs, feeding people, water, survivalism. All of those things are a part of the gun culture I want to see the left embrace. I want us to reject the hyper-performative, violent, fear-based culture of the right and build one of our own. Effective transbian defense. True! As you all know, this is the symbol that is commonly used for transbians. If you don't know what a transbian is a trans lesbian, usually trans women who date other trans women, which is based as fuck. And I agree that transbians should be effectively defended. I love this one. Our lives don't need approval. Armed trans women. I love this style. It looks like it was done by like merging a bunch of different stuff. Maybe even this was an AI built one, but I'll eat crow on this one. Even if this was AI made, I like it. Wasn't the Labras used by turfy types? Lots of things were used by turfy types, but this is very obviously not a turf. Also, I don't think that's what is a Labras a two-headed axe? Is that what a Labras is? I thought a Labras was a single axe. Maybe I'm wrong. Armed trans women, armed trans women. These ones are so cool. I like that these have like a Van Gogh style to them. Here's another one, armed trans women. This lady looks, wow, this lady's hot. I gotta be honest. She's fucking hot as shit. Here we go. Here's somebody with a fucking bullpup semi-auto shotgun. Cool as hell. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of bullpup gun designs, but I think this looks cool as fuck. This one's aesthetic as hell. God, that's so cool. It's dangerous to go alone. Organize now. I really like this. It's dangerous to go alone. Organize now. This is a really good phrase. I hope that people embrace this and will make more of these. It's so cool. And also the no compromise with genocide, because I do not believe that you can compromise with genocidal forces. I believe that as we are going to see, genocidal forces will not stop. Their end goal is to erase you. You cannot compromise with that. They only understand, they only speak the language of violence. And we have to be willing to defend ourselves on their grounds, or else they will kill us. Oh, this one was submitted before. That one was submitted before. This is an alternative of this quote here. If there is an army of the oppressors, there must be an army of the oppressed. Here's hoping. A sharp tongue is useful, but sharp teeth are necessary. Hey, true! I have a sharp tongue, but I also have sharp teeth. Oh, can you make the pictures bigger? Yeah, I can make the pictures bigger. Sorry about that. I wonder how I can blow these up even larger. I could just open them like this. A sharp tongue is useful, but sharp teeth are necessary. I like that a lot. Serrated ridges. This one's cute. It's dangerous to go alone. Here, take this. It's kind of, this one's very memey. I also like that you can see the, you can actually still see the watermark in there. That's so good. That's so cute. Sorry for people on phone. It's a little bit difficult to do. I love this one. Here we go. Let me zoom in. I meet a new trans girl on Grindr. We hit it off. We talk about mutual aid and the necessity for militant trans activism. I get her a gun. I meet a new trans girl on Grindr. We hit it off. This is so good. Oh, so good. Okay, this one's great. Okay, peak Lefty meme. This is peak Lefty meme. I like that. I like this one too. This is a good one. Here we go. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. This queer fights back, and you've got this. This is a root beer, as you guys can tell. There's a root beer here, and they're holding their lighter up. You know, they're having a root beer and they're holding their lighter up. It's great. It's fantastic. I love this meme. This one is so fucking good. This one is made by Posadas John. Look at this. It looks so good. Holy shit, this one is so beautiful. Arm queer people. You got the trans flag, the bi flag, the non-binary flag in the background. So good. Posadas John, incredible, incredible job here. I also really love this one. This one is one of my favorites. I would love to have this as a sticker. In fact, I might even make this into a sticker at some point, just to give away for free as like a bonus sticker in the future. It's so good. It looks so nice. Like, doesn't that look absolutely sick? Yeah, or like a huge poster. It's really, really high fidelity too. This is like massive. Actually, I'm gonna download this right now and see just how big the actual image is. Let me see. I want to know how big it is. This is, yeah, this is 1650 by 2550. That's huge. You could definitely print this out into a high quality poster. That is amazing. So good. So beautiful. What an amazing one. Trans liberation is better than trans death. I agree. Couldn't agree more. This is just somebody posted a really cool knife, which, hey, sick ass knife. I love this one. This isn't an original, but it gets an honorable mention because it's still good. If you go far enough left, you get your guns back, which this is so awesome. Let me tell you that if you go into a local gun store with all of these stickers on, you will get respect, okay? I can tell you that. By the way, my local gun store, when I was buying a new firearm recently, their paperwork does not have like the non-binary X. It's really stupid. Even though the state allows you to have on your state ID the non-binary X, which I have, their store didn't. So they were like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. I'm like, it's okay. We can just double track drift gender. Don't worry, just put down female. And they were like, they literally were cracking up with me. Like, this is like a hard line gun store. And they were totally cool with it. They were not weird about it at all. Super sick. You'd be surprised how much respect you can get once you're armed. AR-15 go. That's a good one. I love this aesthetic. This is the anarcho-feminism, I think. Pretty good. This one's good, but it needs to be blown up. I gotta blow it up to be full-sized. Look at that one. I love this style. I love this like sort of visual distortion style. It looks really cool. Queer anarchist flag? Yeah, it might be queer anarchism instead of anarcho-feminism. Women want me. Okay, this one's funny. Women want me, conservatives fear me. They should. Cool bug facts. I always just say morning instead of good morning because if it were a good morning, I would be helping my comrades protect our most vulnerable communities. Then you have the worm with the Mosin. Incredible. It is an incredible bug fact. I feel enlightened. Be the reason a bigot dies early of a stress-related heart attack. Fucking true! I want to know. I wish I knew how many bigots have had stress-related heart attacks from watching my show. That should be one of the metrics that YouTube keeps track of. I really like this one. I like this one because it pops so much. We're not standing down. I really, really like this one. Some of these are like real, I can imagine being really good. As like, I would love to see these stickers all over the place. Can you guys imagine seeing one of these stickers in the wild? How like cool that would feel? I feel like those are ones that would okay, so this is a super meme, all right? I can't believe he didn't cry during Titanic. Does he even have feelings? Fascists are gathering outside of clubs and events with bats and rifles. I have to be ready to protect the queer community. Fucking true! I can't believe there's a Chad face meme that I'm gonna be a big fan of. This is a good one. All right, this is a good one. Here's the variant one. It's okay, Nuts. I don't entirely disagree. This one is a meme that's like, this is more of like a political meme. Oh, no, this is a gun meme. Trans people shouldn't own guns because nobody should own guns. Besides, trans people are at a uniquely high risk of harming themselves with firearms. The answer isn't violence. We should be finding a peaceful solution. Okay, now you're actually trying to instigate violence with your histrionic relatives. Just rhetoric. Just lay down your guns and let us kill you. You guys, I know for a fact that longtime viewers of my show have seen me encounter this direct progression. I have literally argued with people who started from this position and ended down here. In fact, there's an entire faction of the online internet that regularly follows this direct path. You're just in time for the meme showcase before we do the big discussion of the Trump stuff. This one's good. I really like this one a lot. Not a gun meme, but I'm proud of it. Nah, this qualifies. Queers bash back. This is so aesthetic. One of the things that's great about this meme, okay, it's authentic. You want to know how I know that this is authentic? Because there's still folding lines on the flag. This flag is not ironed. That's how you know that this is authentic. It's just a real deal. Look, they're right there. It's not been ironed. Yeah, exactly. Nuts nose. But hey, look at this. I like this detail too. What are those numbers? 13, 12? Wonder what that could mean. Okay, hold on. I have to take a second. Listen, I know people joke about the unironed flag thing, but okay, I gotta be real with you. It's cool if you want to iron your flag, but also, it's not that big of a deal, okay? It does look better. I will say, if you iron your flag, it will look better, but it's not that big of a deal. Most people don't iron anything. It's really weird. Like, I don't know. I don't know. People don't iron stuff. You want to know why people don't iron anymore? It's because most clothes that people buy now are not designed to be ironed, okay? Listen, clothing quality has tanked in recent years, okay? Fabric quality is woo! You're gonna end up with a melted goddamn cloth. Oh, I love this one. I fucking love this meme. I fucking love this meme. Fascism isn't gonna exterminate itself. This one's so good. God, it's so good. Trans rights with a gun. All right, high progressive. All right, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, high progressive. True. Oh, don't worry. You guys can grab all of these afterwards. I'm going to post them on social media as well. As you can see, faggots don't break. We're allowed to say it here because we're on YouTube, and we can say, and I am obviously a faggot. And it's true. We do not break. This one's great as well. I really like this one. This one, look at who made this one. This one was made by White Nervosa. Based. Here's White Nervosa's the full version. This is a very, very, I think this might even be like a vector render. It's so good looking. It looks so nice. I love this little inversion here so you can continue to see the shape of the gun. Why did somebody post a picture from Hebrew Hammer? Because they thought it was funny that it's the Hebrew Hammer. I don't know what this is. I know the reference loosely, but I think it's because he's killing Nazis is the reason why. I love this one. Look at this. Look at how cool that is. My existence is not up for debate. Reclaiming the pink triangle. This is so sick. Yeah, see? These are good. We got some. I just gotta say, once again, the imps, this community is so artistically talented. It's actually incredible. This was just I didn't even think we were gonna get this many submissions. I thought it was gonna be a small, fun little project, but we got literally dozens and dozens of top tier submissions to this contest. I'm so excited. And I want to see you guys posting these all over the place. Post these on your Facebook. Go to the Gun Memes channel, download these, post these things around, get people talking about it. That was the whole goal of this, was to get people talking about this stuff. So go do it. Go get them talking. These are free for people to use. Let's continue. Mess with the quack, you get the whack. This one's cute. This one's very cute in my opinion. Where can I find these memes? It's on the Demon Mama Discord. You can find these on the Demon Mama Discord under the Gun Meme Contest channel. And also, I'm going to post them all on my Twitter, or at least I'm going to post, I'm not going to post literally all of them, but I'm going to post my favorites on my Twitter later tonight. So, yeah. So you can find them there, but unfortunately, you know, if you want to get the full res versions, go to the Discord. That's where you're going to find them all. I might make like a permanent library that we can keep adding to. Find out, fuck around. Consequences, transphobes after being shot in the foot. Okay, this is definitely one of the more memey memes, but I find this one very funny. It's true. Consequences. Okay, that's funny. That's very funny though, okay? This one's so cute. Come and take it. It's got the trans flag colors here. And then you've got this little raccoon here. It's got a toy gun, but it's a realistic looking toy gun. I believe we should arm the raccoons. The raccoons are our allies. Raccoons are our allies and we should arm them. Okay, this one's also a great meme. I think this one's really funny, okay? This deer shoots back. This is Doe, unironically. Hold on, I can show you guys. Hold on, I can show you this. I've got a really, really cool picture of Doe that this matches very well with, okay? I got a really good one. Hold on, give me just a second here. I'll bring it up. It's fucking fantastic. Actually, you know what? I'll just show you all these pictures. Look at these. So here's Doe. That's Voosh, and that's Conyer. You guys know those people. There's Doe again. Then we got Conyer up close. There we go. And look at this one. Look at that. What a cute critter. Doe's even got the little Doe hat. This was when we went shooting together. Shooting together is based. Remember how I mentioned the community part of community defense? Okay, this one's funny. I like this one too. Fuck with the queer, you get the spear. True! Obviously, this one's a little bit low res, but I think it's fun anyway. You know these people have pronouns, bit fruity. True! I like this one. Okay, I have to explain this one to people who don't know X-Men. Magneto was right, arm queer people. So, in X-Men, there is a sort of a dichotomy that is presented between Professor X and Magneto. Professor X is largely considered to be, at least to some degree, the more reformist of the two of them, where he believes in a much more peaceful, route, whereas Magneto believes in a form of violent rebellion. And as you can see, this particular poster believes that Magneto was right. And I can't help but say I have to think there's definitely some truth to the statement that perhaps Magneto was correct. Also, yes, the person who played Magneto is gay and Jewish. So there you have it. Here we go. I like this one too. This is another one that I think is really strong. Not one more slain queer. Prepare for community defense now. Well, they misspelled defense, but that's an easy fix. This one is good. And I think that I like this call to action at the bottom because that's what I really want people in my community to do. And what I'm going to try and continue to equip you to do is to begin preparing for community defense now. Don't be caught flat-footed. No one can be prepared for everything, but we can be more prepared than we are now. And one of the ways that we do that is by making friends, by connecting honestly with one another, and by teaching each other, by training together, by doing things together, by lifting each other up and not leaving anybody behind. Okay, this one's cute too, okay? This one's really cute. I am an ally by protecting my queer friends and neighbors from fascists. Community defense. I think this one's really cute. Electo says Magneto does believe mutants are genetically superior and should enslave the normies. That aspect depends on which version of the X-Men that you're reading, okay? Also, like, it's not 100% literal. Oh, this is an updated version. Oh, this is an updated version of this one. There is an updated version of the Arm Queer People poster. I would unironically, if anybody gets this, if anybody can get this set up as a print, I would order a print right, like ASAP. This is so good. The Arm Queer People one is so good. Ah, we're about to talk about this one in just a second. God damn. Here we go. Here's another meme. This one's a simple one. Conservatives are pedophiles and project on my people. When I was planning to stream this morning, the groomers, the groomer libel was literally trending on Twitter. So yes, despite the fact that conservative organizations like the Southern Baptist Church Convention and the Catholic Church are confirmedly loaded with pedophiles who they covered for, the conservatives consistently obsess over trans people being pedophiles simply for existing. It is a projection. It is pure projection. This one's cute. I don't actually know who this character is, but this one's very cute. It's like a little cat girl, and she says, "Go, protect your community." True, little cat. True, little cat. I hate that character. Is that character bad? I think it's cute. I don't know what this is. I feel like...
Anyway.
What is this? All right, I'm going to watch this. I don't know what type of meme this is. Let's hear.
Anyway, have a great weekend. And let me tell you something. Hit it, Lee. Suckers, it's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico, you know, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
True. Okay, unironically, okay? Somebody in the community needs to record a version of this that is all about trans issues. Like, literally, like, the whole, like, the same delivery, the same everything, but change the news things that he's talking about to be about trans stuff, and it would be fucking amazing. You can even keep almost all of the things basically the same, but just mentioning the news articles about trans stuff instead would be so hardcore. What a sick-ass meme. What a great meme. This one isn't an original, but it deserves being looked at, okay? Take a look at that. Take a look at that. Unironically. So cool. This one is not an original, so it can't be counted, unfortunately. I'm starting to think buy a gun, protect gay. I like this one. Yeah, it's from Rojava. Ooh, we got it. We got this one.
デンジ、お前も好きだったろ。
Hold on, I gotta...
デンジ、お前も好きだったろ。
何のつもりだ。
That's so good! Wait, there's a second version too. Hold on, we gotta do the second version. This is the second version.
デンジ、お前も好きだったろ。
何のつもりだ。
Those are so good! Those are so well done. Wow. Yeah, as you can see, I laughed at them in the past too. Oh yeah, look! This is the updated version. These ones are the updated versions. Look at this. These are like cleaned up so they don't have any of the pixelation around the lettering, which is super cool. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Oh shit. The fucking cleaned up version. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful. I love this one. This was made by Chaotic Creature or Chaotic Creator. And this is an actual carving. This is a physical meme, which is sick as hell. And also based. Okay, this is a funny one. This is a small one, but it's also great. This is Vosh. This is the picture of Vosh shooting at the range with us and blowing up a demon, which is cool. It's not really related, but it's still a cool meme anyway. Armed queers protect queers. True! And here's the exploitable one. So you can put whatever text you want over this one. Armed queers protect queers. I really like this one. Jay Gotcha says, me and my sharp skinheads against racial prejudice crew have been doing a lot more outreach for the LGBT community and building up a coalition in our area for community defense because of what's been going on. Most of us identify as queer and some of us are trans anyways, so it's a no-brainer for us. That's fucking based. Jay Gotcha, that's based as fuck. Thank you. Seriously. Okay, everybody. Now, all right. Now, is it time? All right, it's time, everybody. It's time, okay? A video game was made for this contest, okay? And so in order to show you I have to play the video game, okay? I'm not kidding you. A literal video game was made for this contest, and I'm gonna play it right now, okay? This is called Do Not Fucking Die. It's a game about not allowing yourself to perish, even when all odds are against you, even when defeat is certain. Here you play as Willow, captain of the commune of Greenville in the now balkanized USA, the last bastion of the revolution. It's your future. It's in your hands. Objectives: do not fucking die. 2, defeat all enemies. WASD to move. Here's the instructions. Now, there were a number of people who worked on this one. However, it was put together by Felipe Vega. Felipe, this is so great. Also involved in the project was Gayfesh, Zoshilix, Nasty, as we all know, Intentions Nasty, and Temi Lucila. So we had a lot of people working together on this one. The submission was by Felipe. There we go. And there's source code available. This is a fully free and game that everybody can play. I'm gonna drop a link to this one. Oh, that's okay. You're involved anyway. All right, let me play this game real quick, okay? Absolutely, Mother Beer said. 100%. There's 3 levels made so far. There we go. Yeah, it's got Hotline Miami vibes. Let's do level 2. Oh, I got hit. I think I died. No! I died. No! I broke the rule! I fucking died! No! Never forget to reload! Discord.gg/Demon Mama. Whoa! Oh, shit! Ah! I love the physical reload. It's great. Physical reload is fucking so sick. Yeah! So there we go. There's 3 levels of that game so far. It is a unbelievably sick project. Again, it's called Do Not Fucking Die, and the music is awesome. The visual effects are sick. It so blows my mind that a game was created for this meme contest. Just, oh my God, that's so cool. And yeah, the music, the menu music was done by Zoshalix, and the gameplay music, or the in-level music was Gayfesh's tune. We have a couple more to go. We have a couple more memes. Take a look at these. So these are a series of Babadook-related memes. So we've got the Babadook with a gun over the flag. We've got the Babadook over the red. We got the Babadook over the 3 arrows, which is the Iron Front symbol, aka anti-fascism. We got the Babadook fusion version. These are all like stickers and badges that you can use. Now, if you are wondering why the Babadook is a meme. It was like a ironic LGBT dog whistle. Basically, the idea being that the joke was that the Babadook is gay, or the Babadook is trans, and so the Babadook became a gay icon through meme energy. It was pretty funny, honestly. But people still use the Babadook as and also this person Niana created these and also gave the stencil element. So if you want to use the armed Babadook stencil, you got him there. I love this one. Make fascists afraid again. I fucking love this. I love this. And here's some stickers. Or not stickers. Here's some spray paint or painted stencils. Queer. F-U. True! Yeah, Netflix put the movie in the LGBT category. That's what started the whole thing. That was the original meme that did it. But then people memed it like crazy, and so it became there. Oh, I love this one. Choke out fascism. And this one's about martial arts, which is pretty sick. This looks like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That is so cool. Love it. All right, and that is all of the submissions, everybody. That is all of the submissions. We have now gotten through all of them. Okay. So now I need to announce the winners. Okay, everybody? So, of course, no offense to everyone else, but I've got to give the #1 position to Falafel Felipe with the incredible Do Not Fucking Die video game. I think probably everyone could have predicted that I would have to give the Platinum Archfiend Battle Queer winning slot to Falafel Felipe Vega. Congratulations. That game was so high effort, unbelievable. You absolutely deserve the year-long fancy name subscription, and you will be receiving it. Falafel Felipe, you're amazing, and congratulations. You absolutely deserve it. That was an incredible amount of effort for this contest. Thank you so much. Genuinely, you deserve it. You're amazing. So the runner-up, or sorry, the second position, second place, okay? Second place has got to go. This is Mama's picks. To the fascism isn't gonna exterminate itself. Sorry, I fucking love this meme. I think it's super, super usable. I think it's eminently postable. I think all of you guys should post this at people. I think you should use this as much as possible. The 6-month subscription winner is hold on, let me make sure I pronounce the name correctly. I want to make sure I pronounce it. Vishira. Vishira, congratulations. You have won a 6-month subscription to the site for this incredible meme. Thank you so much for this is the clean version too. There's like a cleaned up version, which I'm gonna post a bit later on social media. Make sure that everybody gets shouted out. This is the second place winner, the Grand Demon, second place winner. All right, now I've been having a hard time choosing a third place winner. It's very, very difficult for me. But I think I know who I'm gonna go with, okay? There are two that are tied right now, okay? All right? Which is the Arm Queer People design, which was done by Lavender. Lavender made the Arm Queer People design. And also the Arm Queer People by Posadas John. Okay? These are both just fantastic. This is the third spot, the Shiny Imp. Now, Posadas John, I think you're amazing, and I think your meme was amazing. But you're already a mod. You already have a fancy name on the website. So, I am going to go with Lavender's because I think Lavender deserves to have a fancy name, and this is a fucking phenomenal poster. But I want you to understand that these are both very, very good in my opinion. I love both of these a lot. But I'm going to give the award to Lavender for this one. So congratulations to Lavender. You'll be getting a nice, shiny 3-month subscription to the website. And I will be trying to find out if we can get some of these to give away. Yeah, I'll call it a tie. We'll call it a tie. And we'll give them the sub. I shouted out both of you because I do think it's about a tie. I think both of these were fantastic, unironically. They're really, really, really fantastic. So, and then I wanted to give out some, a honorable mention goes, of course, to Intentions Nasty's Dethrone God, because this is just fantastic. A genuine honorable mention goes to this absolutely fantastic piece of art. Yeah, big shout out to Intentions Nasty because it is genuine. This is beautiful. This is just frankly incredible. Will we ever get another meme contest like this again? 100%. I will be doing more meme contests like this in the future, and I'm going to try to make them easier to access so that people can get into them really easily, because this was clearly very popular. This has been super, super fun to go through. And we will absolutely be doing another one of these for sure. So, yeah. Everybody, thank you all so much for entering into this. Thank you for helping me in however small way build a healthier, safer, and life-saving Lefty gun culture. A community defense culture that we all genuinely be proud of, okay? Unironically, thank you all so much. If you, so Felipe, I will try and find all of your Discord information, and then I will send you a message on Discord so that I can make sure that I have your account name and everything like that. We'll make sure that that we do that. Bingy Boy says, I don't live in the United States and guns aren't super available in my country. What advice would you give me? There's a number of things you can do. First of all, there are all kinds of other ways to participate in community defense. You can also, obviously there are some countries where guns are not super available. Learning about knives, learning about martial arts are two ways that you can learn immediate self-defense. Martial arts and learning how to properly use a knife and carry a knife are both incredibly, incredibly valuable. Also, machetes and bats are extremely valid, or batons are extremely valid forms of self-defense. In a dangerous situation, a baton gives you about 3 feet of reach total, which is unbelievable. You have no idea how much of an advantage you have over someone else with a simple $30 steel baton that is, as far as I understand it, not illegal basically anywhere. It's very difficult to ban batons. Collapsible steel batons can be bought for about $30 online. Learning how to use one effectively gives you a massive advantage in a confrontation, but of course, you can also learn first aid. You can also learn, you can also go through Stop the Bleed, which means you'll be able to help if there's ever an incident like that. So there's some options for you. All right, this is hella showy, but it's also a cooler gun moment than the last guy. All right, let's check this out. This is show shooting. This is very different, okay? This is very different. We'll do this anyway. That's such a ridiculous gun. That's fantastic. A samurai that goes in ranger and ranger related feats. Okay, that's fucking sick as hell. Absolutely incredible. All right, everybody. So there we'll go. I will go through and make sure everybody gets messaged tonight, and then we will make sure you get your fancy, cool. Oh, hey, sick. All right, hold on. I got to show one more before we go and we do our actual stream segment. Take a look at this, a last-minute submission. We won't go down without a fight. This is actually great. Well done. Wow. Well done. Well done, Aston. That's fantastic. Last-minute submission. Winhouse. So what you're saying is you can spec into being a cleric? You can. If you live in a place where there's not a whole lot of guns, your situation is very different. I do think that generally it's a good thing for populaces to be knowledgeable in firearms, because states, for God's sake, certainly are. State entities are. So it's good for people to be knowledgeable. But if you live in a country where guns are not as proliferated as the US, learning first aid and learning martial arts can be significantly increase your self-confidence and your ability to protect other people. Basic martial arts is not hard to learn. You do not have to study martial arts for 100 years to learn the basics to give you an advantage in a fight. Oh yeah, these were the ones I wanted to look at. These were some not submitted to our contest, but nonetheless very good ones. So, oh wait, that's a meme. Hold on. Here, let me look at these real quick. Here we go. Mama was a technical. I love this. This is so cute. This is so cute. This was not for our contest, but deserves an honorable mention. And of course this one. Nobody is coming, excuse me, nobody is coming to save us. Siblings, pick up your weapons. Fucking true. Fucking true. Yeah, cleric, monk, dual class. Seriously, you guys have no idea. You all have no idea. Oh, we had one more last minute submission. Okay, it's cool. August just submitted this one. Do not fucking die. Actually, this looks really great. Last minute submission looks fantastic. What a great sticker. That is a cool sticker. I love that. All right, everybody. That's that for that, okay? Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out while we go through the Lefty gun culture meme stuff. We are about to talk about the title of the stream, the Trump announcement of genocide, and I wanted to make sure that we went into that knowing that there is at least one community out there that is going into this nonsense with a community-minded defense approach, okay? I cannot claim to be, I am not a movement. I am not the most important person who has ever existed. I am not some sort of like leader of a giant movement, but I believe that at the very least, I can have a positive effect on the world. God, my hair is driving me crazy right now. It's driving me so fucking crazy. There we go. Why is my hair being so fucking annoying? Ugh. All right, that's better. Lady Antifa says, I can confirm that martial arts experience is super, super useful. I had to fight off a home invader 3 weeks ago who had a gun, and my martial arts experience let me survive that encounter and send them to the hospital. It is indeed true. When you are in a fight for your life, every single advantage matters, unironically. If you are in a fight for your life, having a tiny bit or even if you have a decent amount of martial arts experience, you obviously have a big advantage, but even a little bit could give you the edge that you need to survive or to avoid injury, which is really, really, really important. I'm very happy to hear that you're safe now. That's a terrifying experience. I'm now more on the yellow tint spectrum. That's kind of odd. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what to tell you about that. August says, I learned to shoot when I was young, and gun safety is something I've always been passionate about. It means a lot to have a streamer who cares about it too. I lived on a farm and I had to use my guns to make sure my animals were safe from coyotes and their food was safe from wild hogs. Yeah. I also grew up around guns. I grew up in a very, very rural area. And as a result, I realized that there are a lot of reasons that people need guns, not to mention what we're about to talk about now, which is the rise of fascistic genocide in the United States of America. I don't think anything's changing. I don't see any of my thing changing on my end. I think that might be something else. Sorry about that, everybody. I don't see any of my colors changing, so I don't know what to tell you. I gave myself hearing damage shooting guns without hearing protection. Okay, hold on. Let me do something genuine for you, okay? Hold on. I'm gonna show you guys a product, okay? Hold on. All right? Hold on. Let me just show you, okay? Ear protection, okay? Right here, all right? Take a look at these right here, okay? This stuff right here, this is a brand called Walkers, okay? They make 1 million different versions. In fact, they even make pink camo. There's a whole bunch of these. You want to look at these digital electronic earmuffs, okay? Not necessarily this one. Maybe this one would work for you. The Razer is the one that I own. I actually own a Razer, which was the Razer Slim. This is the one that I own. It's about $60, okay? These are really cool, okay? They are, not only are they like 100%, like they are actually very, very highly rated. This is not some like small brand. These are heavily, heavily regulated ear protection, but they also have a internal active noise canceling. So you turn them on and you can have normal conversations with people. And when it detects a very loud noise, it will activate the active noise cancellation and protect your ears. They are very comfortable. They are very safe, and they're only going to put you back about $60. If you're into shooting, buy a pair of Walker's Razer electronic muffs. Okay, I'm not kidding you. Please. Make sure they're the real ones, okay? But they're Walkers. You can buy them from basically any major thing. And there's, of course, more expensive ones that have different features, but the basics are genuinely really, really good. There you go. You have my recommendation. The Walkers electronic ones work really well. It means you can still hear people when you're shooting with other people. It means you can hear what's around you, and your ears will not take damage. It's very, very important that you protect your ears, okay? There you go. Need to get out and train with my firearms? Good idea. It's a very good idea. Is this a sponsored bit? No, it is not. I do not have a sponsorship from Walkers. I don't even know if they're like a, I don't even know if, I think they're like a, they might even be like a kind of a right-wing company, but nonetheless, they make high-quality products, and we need to protect our ears more importantly than we need to, I don't know, be picky about little things like about the internal politics of an earmuff manufacturer, okay? All right, everybody. What do you do if someone you know is suicidal and buys a gun? That's a really tough question and is going to be extremely contextual depending on your relationship. But I would hope that you'd be willing to at least talk to them, at least talk to them and make sure that like do to the best of your ability that everything's okay. If it was me, I personally would try to encourage their loved ones to store the gun at a different location for the foreseeable future, but that's not always viable, and it really depends on your relationship. I cannot give you personal advice to that degree. You should encourage them to please seek help, because suicide is not the answer, okay? There are lockable cases and stuff for guns. There are gun safes. There are trigger locks. There is barrel locks where you basically put a piece of like a smooth piece of metal that locks into the barrel so the barrel can't be used. There are lots of ways to keep your gun safe. And of course, you can also store your ammo in your gun separately. You can disassemble your gun when it's not in use if you want to, but I would recommend, if you're going to do it that way, that you learn how to quickly assemble your gun. Yeah, that's a question I can't answer. That's very, very difficult. Sorry about that. Okay, everybody. I'm going to take a quick breather. Pizzo with the $25, been digging myself out of a long-term rut, and your content is truly inspirational. Thank you. Have you ever seen Dragon Man on YouTube? He's the most armed citizen and not a good guy. I have never heard of that guy off the top of my head, but he sounds like a bad person. Generally, if you're highly showy about all of the guns that you own, you are just making yourself a bigger target. And it seems, for at least for the way that I'm concerned, if your entire life is about showing off how many arms you own, you're probably not taking community defense very seriously. Yeah. I joined late, but have you heard the song Leftist Unity? I have not heard the song Leftist Unity. Vosh is not too bad about it. It's this guy? Oh. Okay, well, I mean, that's really all I needed to see. He's got a Nazi memorabilia room. My God. Oh boy. Yikes. He has a Soviet room as well? Okay, well. Why does he want to remember the Holocaust at home? I don't know. It's very strange. I think there's a communication happening between you two. Please take it to DMs, okay? Is he an apolitical fascist? Listen, okay, you guys need to understand. Y'all need to understand the line between fascist and Stalinist is there isn't a line. They're the same thing, okay? They're the same fucking thing, all right? Oh, Acelaces and Cream, that's great to hear. I don't know very much about Pokemon all that much, to be completely honest, but I think I know the Pokemon you're talking about. Congratulations on your project. Okay, everybody, it's time. Okay, we did the Lefty meme contest. It's been actually 2.5 hours because of all the audio issues. God damn it. But we have to talk about the main subject of this stream. And I'm going to warn you, it's about to get pretty dark in here. If you are here please press like on the stream and consider subscribing. If you're not subscribed to my channel, please press subscribe and ring the bell. If you are subscribed, check your bell and make sure that your bell is set to all on YouTube so that you get all of my updates, because I've been posting some banger stuff and the channel is really growing. So the more of you who have the bell turned on, the more of you who like the stream, the more likely that I'll be able to, you know, pay my bills and do really cool things. So yeah. So absolutely. If the imps start a commune, I'm trained in munitions maintenance. I will get your armory looking immaculate. Ooh, that's good to keep in mind. Thank you for that. That's fucking amazing. We're going to talk about a pretty heavy topic here in just a second, which is yesterday, Donald Trump released a PR statement, a statement of intent. And as we are going to see, it's pretty dark. So I just want to make sure that people have time. If you have people who need to hear this, let them know. If you are not in the headspace to be able to hear this, I hope you are. Just keep in mind, it's going to get pretty dark. We're going to talk about some pretty dark stuff. And we have to talk about this. This is a topic that is incredibly important to me. You know, as a very political edutainer, it's important that I talk about stuff even if it's dark. But I just want to give people a fair warning. Jay Gotcha says, any thoughts on the Socialist Rifle Association? I am not 100% sure. I don't know personally anybody in the SRA. I've seen them posting some stuff. It seems like they get up to some good training at least. I can't recommend or not recommend the SRA. I just personally am not associated with them, so I'm not able to give you any direct recommendation. I've heard I've heard generally good things about them. Although from what I've heard, they have a specific flavor of leftism that they are attached to in some ways. I don't know how widespread that is. I don't know if that's core to the organization. What I mean by that is that a lot of them are claim to be Marxist-Leninists, which is an ideology I don't have a whole lot of love for a number of reasons. Don't want to get into it right now, but just keep that in mind. That's the only thing I've ever heard that was negative about them. Other than that, I've heard some positive things, and they seem to post some good stuff. So I don't know. This is what I'm saying, basically. SRA National is awful for your information. Well, I didn't know that, so I'll take your word for it. But I don't know enough to be able to say that for sure. If people have experience with the SRA, you know, please tell others about it. But I don't have any personal experience with them. Okay, this is the last warning. Okay, Nuts and Sam, take it to DMs or let it go. Okay, unironically, I believe there was a miscommunication. I do not believe that Nuts was trying to hurt anybody. I just sort it out, okay? But not in chat. Take it out of chat now, or I'll just mute both of you. It's that simple. We're about to talk about something really serious, and this is a really petty battle. Atheist Mando says, took part in the Kellogg Battle Creek strike as a first for my activism. Next will be for me joining the IWW eventually. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. All right, everybody. Okay, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps. We have to have a frank discussion about the state of politics here in the United States right now. Just yesterday, Donald Trump released what I can only describe as one of the most mask-off invectives against trans people and queer people generally that I have seen from him in the entire time that he's been on the political stage. This is one of the most aggressive accelerations in rhetoric from one of the most influential politicians in the entire world. Now, Donald Trump is no longer president, but as we all know, he has a very, very large influence still on the American Republican Party, the GOP, and his rhetoric influences the rhetoric of the rest of the country, especially his loyalists, of which there are many. In addition, Trump still claims that he intends to run for president again next year. And with the sort of rhetoric that we are about to see, we're going to watch the video together. I want people to be to look at this as soberly as possible. Okay. On this channel, I have talked about the rising genocidal rhetoric and what I believe to be an ongoing genocide of queer people in this country. I have a video called "This Should Concern You," which you can search on my channel, search my name, and "This Should Concern You," and you'll find the video. This lays out a full case for a legislative case for why there is an ongoing push for genocide against trans people and queer people in the United States of America. If you are not sold on that premise, you can go watch that video and you can see where I'm coming from. However, what we are seeing now is honestly even worse than what I detailed in that video. Over the last month or so, there has been a massive surge in anti-trans, specifically, legislation all across the country. Multiple states are passing bans on medically necessary care for trans youth. And I really, really need everyone who's listening to this video. First of all, I really want you don't have to share my video necessarily, but I really want you to tell people about this, and I really want you to get the word out there. People need to confront this, honestly, because if we don't do anything about this, if we just sit here and wait as the rhetoric gets worse and worse and worse, as the actions get worse and worse and worse, as judicial precedent is built to bar trans people from scientifically proven medically necessary treatments, as trans people are squeezed out of public life and are accused of more and more ridiculous things, we risk allowing a hate movement, the likes of which we've never seen before, or at least not in any recent memory, to foment in our country, and it will lead to death. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The internet has changed the game. In the past, we saw hate movements use mass media and propaganda to propagate themselves and to gain popularity, to then gain the support necessary to enact enormous waves of violence against the people who are targeted. We saw this. Everybody, of course, knows the first example that comes to mind to most people is in World War II. But of course, there, with the Nazis using mass media to promote anti-Jewish rhetoric en masse through magazines, TV shows, radios, movies, just bombarding people. But the internet has really changed the game in this regard. Hate can spread faster and more aggressively than ever before, and it can reach even further. If America allows itself to fall into full-fledged, transphobic and homophobic fascism, the rest of the world is going to feel that too. It is more important than ever that we take these things seriously. And I just want to, as an added note, I just want to point out that this morning, on one of the most popular social media sites in the world, trending in the United States was the hashtag groomers. If you've been sort of living under a rock and haven't been caught up on that, not to be rude, but it's been all over the place. The groomers rhetoric is a libel. It is a mass propaganda campaign that convinces people that everyday trans, gay, queer people are engaging in grooming simply by existing in real life. The core arguments of this libel basically state that it asserts that being gay is inherently a sexual thing, that it is inherently a predatory thing, that being trans is inherently predatory and is inherently sexual, and that the presence of trans people and gay people should not be tolerated in public, but especially around children, which of course is violent and absurd. it is nothing short of a libel. The goal is to try and associate to the strongest degree possible gay people, LGBT people in general, queer people, trans people, with violent with violent child predators. This is an evil attempt, and it has only one possible outcome. Okay, there is only one outcome of this, which is violence. The goal of such outrageous rhetoric, obviously based on nothing, but the goal of such outrageous rhetoric is to provoke a violent reaction. It is to provoke the idea that gay people are an imminent threat to the children of the nation, to the people of the nation, and an imminent threat in their minds must be dealt with violently. I want you all to understand the seriousness of this, okay? I am just a YouTuber. I am just a sort of video entertainer who does some educational and political content as well. There's only so much I can do. But I want you guys to take this seriously and understand what I'm saying. Because if we don't fight back against this, if we don't push back against this hard in every way imaginable, if we do not prepare for the violence will catch us in the dark. And we already know what that looks like. We have seen countless genocides across this planet. We have seen what it looks like. We have seen the death. We have seen the erasure of history. I'm not willing to go down without a fight. I'm not willing to go quietly. I'm not willing to let the works and the lives of trans people, queer people all over the world disappear, okay? So please, please take this seriously. Please, I am begging you, if you are out there and you don't necessarily believe that there's a genocide or whatever, hear me out on this. There is. This is a genocide that is building. It is ongoing. There are states right now, as we are about to discuss, who are currently violating all objective scientific reason in order to create laws that target and harm queer children, that attempt to erase the history and also erase the public presence of queer people. Please take this seriously and please understand exactly what the goal of this is. And also remember that it will not ever stop with us. Now that I've said that, it's time for us to discuss. It's time for us to watch the video itself, okay? And we're going to talk about a whole bunch of other things going on that are associated with this video. But first, we need to watch the video itself. So please join me as we listen in to this absolutely unhinged Donald Trump speech. Okay? This was a official release from his campaign, as you will soon discover. This was released yesterday as a part of his running for office. Let's watch this. Make sure the audio's up. Here we go.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on
Make sure the audio levels are fine.
our children
It's actually very quiet. Damn, we all joke about leftist audio, but let's be real. This is some right-wing audio here. Let's do this.
is an act of child
Jesus, it's so quiet.
abuse. Very simple. Here's my plan to stop.
Here we go. All right, let's listen to this.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple. Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth.
Right out the gate. Just literally the first 15 seconds is him making a completely false statement, perpetuating a massive libel. There is no chemical sexual mutilation of children going on around trans people in this country. I mean, we could talk about the facts of this, which I will to some degree as we go through this conversation. But to frame it this way has only one purpose. It is to create a panic. This is what he's trying to do, okay? I want you to understand that right out the front. He is signing on to this groomer libel. just explicitly, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He has decided he believes that there must be an end to the mutilation of children, which he does not prove. He does not have any evidence for. It does not exist. There is no ritualistic mutilation of children that is going on in this country. Not even close. This is a call for violence. Let's listen again.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple. Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children.
I'm going to finish the entire video, but I just want to point out, I want people to understand that puberty blockers are given to young trans people because it stops puberty, which can be resumed. And in fact, the long-term effects of puberty blockers have been extremely well tested by medicine, and doctors know what they're doing when they give puberty blockers. There is no long-term harm to young people who are given puberty blockers. However, there is demonstrable, well-evidenced harm to allowing children who are expressing gender dysphoria to proceed with their biological puberty unchecked. No downside to giving them medicine, but the other side is that irreversible changes that harm that person's mental well-being proceed. I want that to be 100% clear to everybody who's going to be watching this. This has been the efficacy and the safety of puberty blockers has been well tested and should be a decision between a person and their doctor, between a parent, children, and their doctor, not this this political invective for someone like, invective for someone like Donald Trump. We know they work, and we also know, by the way, I want to make sure that you understand, we also know the downsides of allowing somebody who knows that they are trans, or who has at least a very significant suspicion that they are trans, to go through the wrong puberty. We know what the negative effects are. We know how that affects mental health, and we know the massively increased risk of suicide from that. What the Republicans here, and what Donald Trump is trying to do, is trying to intervene in personal health decisions because of ideological reasons. They believe trans people are wrong. They believe that trans people are somehow targeting children, even though that these are decisions that are not made by trans people. They're made by professional doctors. This is, in short, raw hate. Yes, as some people in chat are mentioning, of course, it's very funny that this is coming from the party that pretends to be about small government. They are never about small government. They are about the most invasive form of government you can imagine, a type of government that says that you don't have a right to get treatment that is medically necessary with your doctor, that you don't have a right to learn about a certain type of people that they happen to not like. Let's continue.
Can you believe this? I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
All programs, a federal-wide ban on anything that has to do with gender transition at any age. Do you understand how aggressive that is? There's a reason why I titled this stream the way that I did, that I titled this stream that Trump announces genocide. He doesn't just care about, he's lying when he says he cares about kids here. Instead, he wants to create a federal ban on everything. Not just, notice his words there. The choice of his words is anything that encourages or discusses gender transition whatsoever. For all ages. Grown adults in free America. And yes, keep in mind, yes, as Thelon in chat points out, this isn't just physical transition. He's talking about social transition as well. They don't just want to take away your medications that help, that let you change the body the way that you need to alleviate your dysphoria. They also want to prevent you from being who you are. And I want people to think just for a second what that actually entails. What it entails when a government is willing to tell you you don't have a right to dress, act, or identify the way you want. I want you to think how far-reaching that sort of thing goes. How far they have to be willing to go to police that. Let's continue.
I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go very quickly. I will declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of minor youth will no longer meet federal health and safety standards for Medicaid and Medicare and will be terminated from the program immediately. Furthermore, I will support the creation of a private right of action for victims to sue doctors who have unforgivably performed these procedures on minor children. The Department of Justice will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich at the expense of...
Now, it's funny. He mentions that he's going to do a investigation to discover if there's been a cover-up. But of course, we know that's, quite frankly, insane. The data around trans people isn't coming from a single hospital. It isn't coming from a single organization. It's coming from literally thousands of separate organizations, scientists all over the world who are compiling their data and working together. There cannot be a cover-up of something like that. It is impossible. It is actually impossible to create a cover-up of that degree in an environment like that. We are talking separate organizations that are checking one another's works, organizations that are checking over the work of old research. We are talking about schools, hospitals, entire World Health organizations, not literally just the World Health Organization, but many associations of psychologists, associations of endocrinologists, associations of physicians, of psychologists. And he wants to have these investigated by federal authorities looking for a cover-up that does not and cannot exist.
Vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable. We will also investigate whether Big Pharma or others have illegally marketed hormones and puberty blockers, which are in no way licensed or approved for this use.
That is just a blatant lie. Like, the idea that they're not licensed or approved for transition use is just insane. Of course it is. It's doctors who are prescribing this. It is, and no, there's no... I'm sorry to laugh because the idea that it's being marketed is so absurd. Like, it's like he borrowed the rhetoric from like the Sackler opioid crisis situation, where there is actual evidence of a single company pushing a certain type of painkiller to doctors, whereas there's no such thing, nothing even close. A hormone replacement therapy has been used and known about for half of a century. Cis people, aka people who are not trans, use hormone therapy regularly. What he is talking about is completely off the rails.
My Department of Education will inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to a child that they could be trapped in the wrong body, they will be faced with severe consequences, including potential civil rights violations for sex discrimination.
He is saying that he wants to convict teachers for mentioning the existence of trans people, for mentioning the idea that there are people who exist who might need to transition, who might be trans, who their body and mind might not match up 100% in that way. That is again, a level of aggression that we have not yet seen from a platform like this at all. Donald Trump is advocating for a federal crackdown on teachers talking about people who exist.
Big Pharma or others have illegally marketed hormones and puberty blockers, which are in no way licensed or approved for this use. My Department of Education will inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to a child that they could be trapped in the wrong body, they will be faced with severe consequences, including potential civil rights violations for sex discrimination.
And the video ends there, which is kind of a very strange place for the video to end, but that is typical of Donald Trump. That is the end of that part of the speech. But I want you to understand that's how he opened his new political ad.
The left.
This has, of course, had millions and millions of views since then. This has, of course, already been peddled by large portions of the sort of conservative mainstream. But I want you to understand just how far this goes. This is Donald Trump, the single most popular Republican candidate in the history of our entire lives as far as conservatives go. We have not seen a Republican candidate to this level of popularity and this level of influence. And what he is arguing for is unequivocally genocide. He is arguing that we ban medically necessary care, that we ban the ability for people to identify the way they desire. He is advocating for teachers to be persecuted if they so much as mention the existence of trans people, if they mention the idea that people could even be trans. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about the rhetoric on display here. This is genocidal rhetoric. This is genocidal intent, and he will absolutely attempt this if he is given an opportunity to reach office. And what's worse is that he is signaling to his party and all of his adherents and even people who don't necessarily like Trump that it is open season on queer people. He has declared on a worldwide stage that that the absolutely false, disgusting libel of trans people being groomers who were secretly trying to get your children. He has lied about the prevalence of trans treatments and also the character of trans treatments. He describes trans healthcare as mutilation. And then he also claims that it's all over the place, which both of these things are false. First of all, it's not mutilation. Children rarely, if ever, receive any gender-related surgery. And when there has been, I believe there's a handful of historical examples of minors receiving a gender-confirming surgery specifically. And those incidents were heavily justified. This does not occur in the United States statistically. This is just not something that happens. So he's made that up. He's made up how frequent it is. He's made up what it actually is, what actually happens in this situation, and he has argued that this is an imminent threat. I see a lot of people making references to the rhetoric of Nazis, and I do think there's an accurate comparison there. But I also want people to recognize that this is, something unique in many ways. While it shares character with previous genocidal rhetorics we've seen, while it shares character with the way that people talked about Jewish people in World War II, the way that Americans talked about Japanese people in World War II, which led to concentration camps for Japanese people, while it reflects the way that far-right people in the European Union talk about innocent migrants, the way they just blanket demonize them and treat them like they're all predatory and evil. It is his own unique thing. And there's also something that is uniquely characteristic to this situation that I think that sometimes gets overlooked. which is the fact that what Donald Trump is trying to do here is that he is trying to not only physically harm and kill trans and queer people, but he's also trying to socially erase a category. What he is trying to do is to make it illegal to even discuss the existence of trans people. He wants to remove and illegalize the language that we use to describe ourselves. And you have to ask yourself, why? What is the goal? Well, part of the goal is that you can no longer call yourself trans people. If you call yourself trans people, if you talk about trans issues, you become at threat of the law, which means that the only narrative that exists is the hateful narrative. The only narrative that would be allowed to exist without being persecuted is the hateful narrative. The idea that all gay people, all queer people, all trans people are dangerous and bad. I've been talking about this topic for a really long time. For the entire history of my streaming career, I've been talking explicitly about just how bad the state of politics around trans and queer and gay people in the United States is. But oftentimes I was met with a lot of resistance. I was met with a lot of downplaying. I was met with a lot of people saying, oh, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It can't be that bad. We live in a different world. It can't happen again. But the truth is, we all know anybody who belongs to a marginalized group of any type, but let alone queer people, trans people, gay people, we all know that it is happening and that it's going to happen again if we don't do anything about it. And when I say it happened again, I mean death, mass death, incarceration, punishment, erasure from social life, the banning of our art, the banning of our creations, the banning of our voices, the persecution, the social marginalization. I've been crying about this online, just begging people to hear me out on this for a very, very long time. And some people said that I was very, very extreme for saying that I felt that within the next decade or within the next 5 years that we could see internment for trans people. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the exact shape that things are going to take. But here we have Donald Trump saying that he believes that people should be imprisoned for providing medically necessary care, scientifically verified medically necessary care to trans people, that he believes that people should be arrested and imprisoned for discussing trans people, and that trans people should be treated as dangerous predators. So you tell me if you really think that it's so far-fetched to believe that people are going to be interned in camps or prisons or elsewise for things like being trans, for things like talking openly about being trans. Unfortunately, I wish that this was the end of the segment. I wish that all I had to talk about here was Donald Trump. But unfortunately, it is not the only thing I have to talk about, because unfortunately, in the last couple of weeks, there has been a slew of bills that have passed or gained significant standing in multiple states across the country, specifically replicating the exact arguments and the exact outcomes that Donald Trump has wanted to talk about, or that Donald Trump is talking about right here, okay? Real quick, I'm going to read you a thread which is summarizing a ban that is currently being pushed through the Tennessee Congress, okay? So Tennessee is a place where there have been a number of anti-trans bills already passed and already attempted, and I want you to understand that they are one of the states that has banned trans healthcare for minors, and I want you to understand where they're going next, okay? A major escalation has just occurred in Tennessee. I obtained from Jace Wilder at the Tennessee Equality Project a new amendment to an anti-trans bill being heard this week that would charge parents with child abuse and ban out-of-state care. I have had Tennessee circled on my calendar for a while and rated as a high risk. I am seeing signals that anti-trans forces plan to push very hard in Tennessee for some of the worst anti-trans enforcement of any state. This is the bill that Matt Walsh broke and supported in 2022. Likewise, I am expecting Chloe Cole and other political detransitioners to show up. Matt Walsh himself lives in Nashville, Tennessee. It does not surprise me, given his heavy influence on this issue, that his home state may see the most heinous proposals. I present copies of the amendment in the article above. So we're going to jump over to this article now. We're going to take a look at it, okay? Here we go. Tennessee has been the site of some of the worst proposed and passed anti-trans laws in the last 5 years. On my legislative risk map, which tracks the risk of anti-trans legislation for all states in the United States, I have Tennessee as one of 6 states falling in the worst anti-trans laws category. As such, any movement of anti-trans bills in Tennessee warrants special attention. A new amendment to a bill, SB 0001, that will be heard on Wednesday has recently been provided to me by Jace Wilder of the Tennessee Equality Project, as we said. The bill, including the proposed amendment, is expected to be heard on Wednesday, February 1st, that's today, at 1 o'clock by the Senate. I should probably go check and see if this has been updated, by the Senate Health and Welfare Committee. The provisions in the original bill would ban gender-affirming care for all under 18, which is cruel enough in and of itself. This bill would withdraw people from that care, forcing them to medically detransition. Such a bill is unconscionable and has been advocated against by medical organizations representing hundreds of thousands of physicians. On Friday, a similar bill was heard in Montana, so there we go, Tennessee and Montana, and those opposing the measure heavily outnumbered those supporting the measure. Similarly, Missouri also held a hearing which included healthcare bans very similar to this, and it lasted 9 hours, as testimony was heavily slanted against the bill. I want you all to understand that trans people and their allies are really showing up right now. They are going to these hearings and they are showing up and they are giving their stories and they are testifying. And we'll see if they're able to have victory in that way. Unfortunately, it's a real possibility that these pleas are ignored. Unfortunately, at the current moment, we do not live in a particularly democratic system. State legislatures have largely, well, not largely, but in multiple states have been hijacked by right-wing voters for a number of reasons. Many of these people were able to win via heavily gerrymandered districts. Some of these people were able to win simply because of apathy, because people don't know what's actually going on or they're not informed on the issues. And what we have right now is Republicans taking advantage of both violations of democracy and sometimes legitimate democratic wins in order to push laws that are thoroughly anti-scientific and thoroughly undemocratic. Transgender kids and their families pleaded with legislators to not pass this and harm them. Utah became the first state to fully enact a healthcare ban into law this weekend. That's what we're going to talk about after this. It already has been challenged in court. We don't know where that's going to go. The Tennessee bill contains similar language to all of the above bills, but this new amendment would make it even worse by making illegal all alternative means to obtaining gender-affirming care. It would target out-of-state telehealth providers, ban distribution, quote-unquote, and charge providers and parents with child abuse for following medical best practices. See these 3 amended segments of the bill. Here's the bill itself. Subdivision A1 applies to medical procedures that are performed or administered in the state or performed or administered on a resident of the state via telehealth. Distribution of hormones or puberty blockers to a minor. A person shall not knowingly provide a hormone or puberty blocker by any means to a minor. This is creating a drug war, okay? This is creating a HRT drug war, which is ridiculous. The idea that hormones, basic hormones, need to become treated as if it's a dangerous and addictive chemical is absurd. Tennessee Code is amended by designating existing language as a subdivision A and adding the following new subdivision. Abuse also exists when a person under 18 years is suffering from, has sustained, or may be in immediate danger of suffering from or sustaining a wound, injury, disability, physical or mental condition caused by a parent, relative, guardian, or caretaker's consent on behalf of the person to administer or perform a medical procedure as defined above that is in violation of above. So this is saying that that doctors, parents, etc., regardless of the consent of all people involved, would be legally responsible or legally convictable of abuse against a child, even if the child had expressed a medical need for that thing, even if doctors had proved that it was safe, and even if parents proved. Collectively, these provisions would ban out-of-state care for trans youth. The telehealth provision applies to residents and does not contain provisions that specify that the care has to occur within the state. Now, that's another important thing to note, which is, of course, that this is an attempt to literally not just ban the practice in the state, but ban the people. You have to understand how this law is being structured. You won't be able to receive a scientifically proven, medically necessary treatment, whether drugs or otherwise, at all if you happen to live in this state. Which means that if you're trans, you have to move out. You have to leave Tennessee, or you have to live not honestly. You have to not be treated for the thing that you need medical treatment for. Do you see what I'm saying about them attempting to define you out of existence? You either have to live, without the treatment you need, or you have to leave. And I want to also note something else that we're going to be talking about shortly in this segment, is the ban on drag. A number of states are in the process of passing anti-drag bills. In fact, I believe one state already passed successfully an anti-drag bill. And you will notice that these anti-drag bills are actually nonsense. They essentially make it illegal for anyone to perform in what they define, to perform or appear in public with what they define as cross-sex clothing or makeup. Which, by the way, also, interestingly, by the language of these laws, which are gaining ground in some states, would also ban you from from just putting makeup on and singing at a concert. Of course, let's be real, they're not going to enforce that part of it, but it would technically be against the letter of the law for even a cis person to put on makeup and perform. But of course, some of these laws go so far as to say that you're not allowed to do it in public at all. And of course, who gets to define what is performance? Who gets to define what is cross-sex clothes? If you're walking outside and you're humming and walking along the side of the road and a cop decides that you look like a gross gay queero and they decide to arrest you for that, what are you gonna be able to say about that? And of course, I also want to point out the way these work in concert, which is you ban the medicine that allows people to successfully transition and be who they want to be publicly, which of course, I understand, like, I'm non-binary. I think it's bullshit to try and define cross-sex clothing, but let's just be clear. This is not going to protect binary trans people either. This is not going to protect stealth trans people either. They will ban the medicine that allows you to pass, and then they will convict you for being in drag if you don't pass. Do you see how that's a 1-2 punch going on there? Do you see what the end goal is finding a way to make it legal to imprison trans people? Legislation targeting out-of-state providers and bringing transgender youth out of the state was first considered in Idaho's 2022 bill. This bill would have banned traveling across state lands with trans youth to obtain gender-affirming care, which is, of course, demands policing. That means you have to have people policing your travel in and out of the state. It's insane. It's insane. It would have specified a felony under genital mutilation laws for helping a minor travel out of state for gender-affirming care. Insane. The bill passed the Idaho House on a party line vote before being killed in the Idaho Senate, thank God. SB could similarly be used to target people trying to obtain gender-affirming care out of state. The use of child abuse mechanisms is particularly egregious. If found guilty of providing or consenting to gender-affirming care under this state amendment, trans youth could be taken away from their parents, and their parents could be charged with crimes. You guys all remember a couple months ago when everybody was arguing about the definition of genocide? Well, removing children from their parents as on political grounds is definitionally an act of genocide. And here we have it being part and parcel of the laws that are being pushed forward. It is also important to note that these same provisions could be used later to target abortion care for trans youth. The weaponization of the state law against telehealth providers and against distribution has led to several states considering or passing laws that protect providers in those states. The most recent example of protective legislation that has passed is the Patient and Provider Protection Act in Illinois. Add H.5090 in Massachusetts. And Senator Friedman of Massachusetts specifically cites overreaching policies like the proposed Tennessee amendment as a reason for its existence. Specifically, an act expanding protections for reproductive and gender-affirming care. This protects healthcare providers and those seeking reproductive and gender-affirming care in Massachusetts from other states' overreaching extraterritorial anti-abortion and anti-gender-affirming care laws. Okay, so this goes into some more details about the law. We're going to move on to another example of this now that we've sort of explored this in full. Oh, actually, no, there's one more thing I want to point out. Even if the amendment does not get introduced, the bill itself represents a major attack on the transgender community of Tennessee. The forced medical detransitioning of trans youth would absolutely harm youth in the state. Tennessee already has a suicide rate that is 30% higher than the national average, and trans youth are among those who are at especially high risk of suicide. So I want you to notice this as well, which is that this is not just a physical form of genocide. This is a psychological form of genocide. This is a goal to pressure trans people to be so much in a state of despair, to put them to have no options, to oppress them to the point that they consider suicide. Of course, the bill has been heavily promoted by every single major right-wing news source. As many people are saying in my chat right now, they want you dead. And what is Mama's rule number one? Do not fucking die. Let's talk about another one. Utah's governor has signed a bill banning gender-affirming care for transgender youth. Salt Lake City. Utah's Republican governor on this last Saturday night signed bills that ban youth from receiving gender-affirming health care and allow families to receive scholarships to pay for education outside of the public school system. Both are measures that are part of larger nationwide movements. Governor Spencer Cox, who had not taken a public position on transgender care measure, signed it a day after the legislature sent it to his desk. Utah's measure prohibits trans surgery for youth and disallows the use of hormone treatments for minors who have not yet been diagnosed formally with gender dysphoria. Now, this is interesting because there are risks, of course, to getting a formal diagnosis of gender dysphoria. And also, I should note that hormone treatments are used in cis people, even cis youth, all the time for reasons that are unconnected to gender dysphoria. HRT is used to combat acne. It can be used to combat growth issues, but these laws are indiscriminate. The state's Republican-dominated legislature prioritized the ban and considered a first draft of the measure less than 10 days ago. This was fast-tracked. 2 days after the legislature opened this year's session on January 17th. Cox's approval of the bill comes as lawmakers in at least 18 states consider similar bills. There are 18 states attempting to push this right now. 18. Lava Monster points out, this was specifically brought up during the Tennessee hearings. A Republican explicitly stated that breast implants for cis girls under 18 would not be banned. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting in all of their discussions of mutilation, they never discuss circumcision, they never discuss female genital mutilation, they never discuss fucking plastic surgery that is pressured and actually unironically marketed at young women? Isn't that fucking curious? Cox explained in a statement that his decision was based on his belief that it was prudent to pause these permanent and life-altering treatments for new patients until more and better research can help determine the long-term consequences. Keep in mind, this is a governor, not a doctor. This is a idiot fucking politician trying to tell you that there is that the research isn't there. The research is there. Puberty blockers have been around for a long time. They've been studied to great degrees. We already know the upsides and the downsides, and doctors already discuss this with their patients. Why is a governor getting involved in this? Well, we all know the answer, which is genocide. These people have a religious and ideological opposition to the existence of trans people. The existence of trans people pulls their worldview into question, and that is not tolerable. So their answer is that they need to stamp trans people out of existence by one means or another, and they are more than happy to do so by trying to pressure young trans people into killing themselves. A letter was issued by the ACLU of Utah. This is the American Civil Liberties Union. By cutting off medical treatment supported by every single major medical institution or association in the United States, the bill compromises the health and well-being of adolescents with gender dysphoria. It ties the hands of doctors and parents by restricting access to the only evidence-based treatment available for a serious medical condition, and it impedes the doctor's ability to fulfill their professional obligations. That is correct. This lawmaking is forcing doctors to violate the Hippocratic Oath. At least a dozen other states are considering similar legislation in what has emerged as a landmark year for school choice sorry, this is a separate one. Sorry. Cox also signed another measure that would give students a school choice style scholarships to attend schools outside the public education system. Keep in mind, it's not students who are making this decision. That's a little bit of a misdirection. It's parents who are being given the ability to remove their kids from the public education system and instead put them into private, sometimes literally religious institutions. Now, many states already have that ability. Most states allow you, if you really want to homeschool your kids. But when they do this to make it easier, it's because they want to be able to, and I'm telling you this from experience, okay? I want you to understand, I grew up in a Christian cult. I'm not talking like you're nice everyday Christians. I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian cult. A fundamentalist Christian cult which ran an unaccredited high school. And because of the laws in my state, I was allowed to be taken out of public education and put into a unaccredited Christian high school, which thankfully I was only there for 1 year because there were so many issues that even my hyper-Christian parents decided that it wasn't worth it. But I was not taught science while I was there. I was taught Christian literature. I was taught Christian science. We were taught that evolution was wrong. Look at this here. See, this is what I'm talking about. The Utah measure allocates $42 million in taxpayer funds to pay for scholarships so that students can attend private schools. This is the state sponsoring private religious schools. Make no mistake. And these two were combined into a single law. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Kind of a strange thing, isn't it? This was from yesterday. Terrible news. Mississippi's gender-affirming care ban for trans youth just passed out of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Mississippi may be the next state following Utah to fully ban gender-affirming care. Please contact your senators. This is going to kill trans kids. So this is on the desk to be signed. We're going to find out whether or not the governor is going to sign this law. The Mississippi Senate Judiciary Committee B is discussing HB 1125, which will prohibit transgender-related health care for young people in Mississippi. Some amazing organizations in the state are focused on defeating this terrible bill. You can watch this live. This bill is mean-spirited, cruel, and unnecessarily inserting the state of Mississippi into doctor-patient relationships. It must be stopped. There's another law that I want to discuss. Read you an article from Time that was published just 6 hours ago. But this has been going on for a couple of days. Florida may force high school student athletes to disclose their menstrual history. Florida is debating currently whether to require all high school athletes to disclose their menstrual history. Parents and experts generally agree that it's important for student athletes to be in good health, but many critics say a new draft physical evaluation form by the Florida High School Athletics Association, God, that's a mouthful, which makes the menstruation questions mandatory, is a part of the state's attempts to roll back transgender rights. They argue the school district should not have the right to access and store such personal information as a condition of competing in high school sports. The menstrual history question has been a part of Florida's athletics pre-participation form for more than 20 years, but they were previously optional. Now many argue it's time to remove them altogether. Here's what to know. The updated draft of the physical evaluation form published online asks athletes the following questions. Have you ever had a menstrual period? If yes, athletes must answer must answer the following. How old were you when you had your first period? When was your most recent period? How many periods have you had in the last 12 months? Other than these, the form mainly asks about cardiac health, medications, and history of injuries. What would happen if Florida makes these questions mandatory? As of now, student athletes in Florida can opt out of answering these questions. But if students choose not to respond under these circumstances where it's mandatory to, they risk failing the medical examination that all athletes must successfully pass in order to participate in a sport. Critics have noted this policy would be a major challenge for trans athletes who may have to out themselves with their responses to the questions. And as we know, Florida has been attempting to push trans bans on participation in sports. Interesting. Interesting how much targeting is being done specifically at young trans people. It's almost as if the real people harming the kids are not the doctors who are trying to help the kids feel better, are not the parents who are trying to get the right treatment for them, it's not the kids themselves, it's not teachers, it's politicians who are deliberately going out of their way to target and terrorize young children in the name of purging trans people from the public eye. Do other states ask female student athletes about their menstrual history? Texas school districts also ask female athletes very similar questions about their menstrual history. And of course, these are mandatory to complete. So Texas is actually the first place to have put a law like this. And we all know what happened in Texas, right? The now arrested former AG who tried to push through a insane letter that literally extrajudicially persecuted trans families. I'm not kidding you. Ken Paxton pushed through a letter that extrajudicially targeted trans families despite being in violation of courts that told him that it was overturned. And the governor, Greg Abbott, explicitly ordered DHS, Department of Human Services, employees of the state of Texas to use personal devices while working on the cases investigating families with trans kids. You want to know why? Because they'd been ordered originally by a federal court to not persecute those families, but they did anyway. Demon Speaker says they have a list of us in Texas. Yes, I know. They composed a list in Texas based off of gender marker changes. There is already lists drawn up of trans people in Texas, and I believe that such a law passed in Florida. Now, I want to take a look at this map real quick. Take a look at this map right now, okay? Yes, as Killjoy says, we are well into the balkanization process. This is a map, was updated just a couple of days ago, and I believe there actually are updates to come. But I want you to take a look at this map. The dark red is the worst currently active trans laws. Now, of course, Utah is now red. This one has not been updated since the Utah law passed. The Utah law and soon to be Missouri, over here, these are both going to be red states, like dark red states here. Then we have high risk within 2 years. This means that they have a significant Republican control of the legislation. And then, of course, moderate risk is Georgia, North Carolina, and Kansas. Now, you might recall a couple of years ago under Trump that North Carolina banned trans people from using the bathroom that was not associated with their birth sex, which, of course, was unenforceable and actually ended up costing North Carolina millions of dollars because every reasonable person on the planet, even corporations were saying, this is insane. We can't comply with this. What do you want us to do? Inspect people as they go into the bathroom? That's fucking insane. But just remember that happened. That passed and was a law in North Carolina. I also want to remind you that under Donald Trump, trans people were entirely banned from the military. Do you all, so many people have forgotten this. Trans people were specifically singled out and banned from the military, and also specifically called out in a Department or in a DHHS, Department of Homeland and Human Service. I always forget the, why am I blanking on this stupid fucking acronym? Regardless, a memo was sent that was designed to deliberately target women's shelters and deliberately try and target and teach these mostly Christian-run shelters how to spot trans women. And it contains stereotypes as inspecting people for Adam's apples. I'm not kidding you. That happened under Donald Trump. And of course, these blue states are the ones that have the safest states. Washington now has constitutional protection for trans people. Oregon has constitutional protection for trans people. Connecticut has constitutional protection for trans people. DC has constitutional protection for trans people. New York has constitutional protection for trans people. I don't know for sure about California and Colorado, but their laws are in a pretty good situation. This is what the United States looks like now. There is no consensus between these blue states here and these red states. These states are completely divergent from reality. They do not, they are literally falsely promoting misinformation about the science. They are deliberately acting in defiance of of all nonpartisan medical knowledge that we have. It's very hard to articulate exactly what every step of this advancement of genocide in the United States against trans and queer people is going to look like. But it's not good. And this is what it looks like right now. A death march of state after state after state that is specifically targeting children. And the reason why they're targeting children is because they need to pretend. They need that goddamn libel that we just watched just a couple of minutes ago. We're going to watch it again just so we understand how serious this is. From Donald Trump, this libel that trans people are targeting children, when in reality, these laws are hurting children. These laws are objectively harming children. And not only that, but they're creating an atmosphere of hate and danger. So far, what we've been talking about here is all legal. Everything that we've been talking about is legislative. But I want you to understand what an atmosphere like this will produce. Trans people are the victims of hate crimes quite regularly. Trans businesses over the last 2 or 3 years, as this rhetoric has gone up, have become the targets of unbelievable levels of terrorism and harassment. Just a couple of weeks ago, I went over a video, or I made a video going over the hundreds of anti-trans, anti-LGBT protests that have occurred at random businesses. I'm talking about, and oh, let's not forget the shooting that just occurred. A mass shooting where the justification for it was targeting drag performers, was targeting LGBT people with no evidence of anything, just blanket hate. And they justified it using the libel that we're talking about. The libel that Donald Trump is now pushing on a national level. The libel that is justifying these laws. The atmosphere around the laws is arguably even worse than the laws themselves. The laws, of course, are terrible. But what it encourages is it encourages people to take things into their own hands. It encourages people in blue states to act unbelievably violently. And of course, all of this is wrapped up in a broader picture, which is that, keep in mind, Donald Trump is still pushing the idea that democracy has been hijacked and that brave patriots need to take it back. Donald Trump has not backed off his election claims. The idea that the election was stolen by a cabal of leftists. Democracy is in shambles in the United States of America. And what we have in its place is a schism wherein a hateful, heavily armed, violent, and very, very active faction, a minority, I should note, by quite a long shot. There are significantly less Republicans in the United States than there are anything else. But nonetheless, there are a large amount of Republicans. And these people have convinced themselves that they have a need to retake America for God and for country, for patriotism, and for Donald Trump. And the enemies that they've chosen to be the sort of impetus for this is trans people. Trans people are how they justify that the world has fallen into a degenerated state. Trans people are who they target. They are who they obsess over. And I hope you all will understand why I opened this stream with a big section going over the lefty gun culture, about talking about being armed, talking about learning community defense. I hope you will understand why I did that. I have to talk about one more thing before we wrap this particular segment, and then we're going to talk about something totally unrelated to this. We're going to do something fun after this that does not have anything to do with this type of politics, okay? But I want to talk about this, okay? Florida teachers are emptying classroom libraries to avoid going to jail. Florida again comes up. You'll notice that Florida and Texas are kind of like the hubs of this. You know, Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis, notoriously partisan, extremely anti-LGBT, extremely vocally anti-LGBT, extremely, well, Ron DeSantis is trying to make a power bid for himself. I was going to say pro-Trump, but Ron DeSantis has kind of moved away from Trump a little bit because he wants power for himself. But regardless, he was super pro-Trump before. A new statewide policy is telling teachers to cover or remove books from shelves until they have been reviewed or potentially face felony charges. School teachers in Florida have begun removing entire shelves of books from their classrooms after a new policy passed that said they could be charged with felonies for exposing students to books that are considered prurient or offensive. Interesting, isn't that? Earlier this month, teachers in Manatee County, Florida, were sent directives from the school district to remove or cover all classroom libraries until all materials can be reviewed, in order to comply with a new rule voted on by the Florida Department of Education. I had plans to remove access to my library on Monday, a Florida teacher in Manatee County told Motherboard, on the condition of anonymity because they feared retaliation from their employer. By 10 a.m. Monday morning, my library had been completely covered and made inaccessible to students, as per the document. Chris Guerreri, who runs an education blog and has been a teacher at Duval County Public Schools in Florida for 2 decades, says he received dozens of messages from Florida teachers who have either received an official direction to clear out their classroom bookshelves or have already done so in anticipation of receiving one. I got an email from an art teacher who said they're making the art teacher get rid of all of their art books. They can't even have their books in the classroom. They just can't, like, cover them up and put them to the side. Here we go. This is the penalty for the violation. Any person violating the provisions of this section commits a felony of the 3rd degree, punishable as provided in another portion of the law that describes how felonies are punished. To protect librarians and media specialists, it must be clear that a book depicting nudity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement does not meet the tenets of harmful to minors, which are predominantly appeals to a prurient, shameful, or morbid interest, is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community, and is taken as a whole without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. Notice that all of these decisions are being made by the state government. This is a whitelisting system. The reason why all these books are being removed is because the state is personally hand choosing what books they deem to be valuable, morally valuable, artistically valuable, politically valuable, etc. And it just so happens that Florida is also the state which was pushing all of the Don't Say Gay bills. And also the menstrual tracking. And also the HRT bans, and whose leader is constantly screaming about trans people. We are literally at the point in American history where we have sections of the union that are mass banning books and creating a whitelist of morally appropriate books that can be taught. And we know that trans and gay and LGBT books are not going to be on that list. We already know this is the case. We've already seen it. And in fact, I have another post here that explicitly shows this. Let me show you this real quick. A group called Freedom to Read did an experiment. Yesterday, we logged almost 200 challenges. About 150 of those resulted in immediate removals. This is a picture of all of the books who were removed from one high school library in one day in one district due to the objections of one man. This is not freedom. So as you can see here, we have a whole bunch of books here. I'll Give You the Sun is one of them. Maybe some of you may have read that. I don't know all of these books. Maybe some of you know these books. I wonder if we can get a closer look at some of them. Native was removed. A Child Called It. They removed A Child Called It. This book is anti-racist was removed. The Trans Teen Survival Guide was removed. Interesting. The Female of the Species removed. I wish I knew more about these individual books, but I've not read most of these. I remember people reading I'll Give You the Sun, though, when I was younger. The notices follow the passage of a controversial law signed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis last year, which requires each book made available or assigned to students in schools be selected by the school district employee who holds a valid educational media specialist certificate, which is issued, of course, by Ron DeSantis' government, interestingly. The new rule is a part of a training policy for school librarians, which was recently approved by the Florida Board of Education after months of campaigning on the part of right-wing groups such as Moms for Liberty, which have strategically placed members on school boards across the state. The law creates individual liability for teachers who knowingly or unknowingly provide access to a book that is deemed harmful to a minor, allowing them to be charged with a third-degree felony. Some groups and lawmakers are trying to expand these definitions of harmful, which of course they will succeed in because the definition of harmful is determined by Ron DeSantis' government, to include any books with LGBT characters or themes. We have a huge Moms for Liberty chapter in this area who would love to find a reason to target teachers who don't buy into their fascist mentality. The only alternative to closing my library is going book by book to make sure each book is listed in our district library catalog. I have hundreds of books in my library. I haven't had hours and hours to sit and do that this week, so my books remain inaccessible. Here's a video of it. Every single book from the library removed. In response to this directive, Florida teachers began posting pictures and videos of empty classroom bookshelves to personal accounts and private online groups in an effort to try and get the word out. Some of these posts were then shared more publicly in a Twitter thread by Willie Carver Jr., a former English teacher in Kentucky who says he left the profession last summer after witnessing firsthand the censorship efforts happening in schools in his home state. I feel like we're increasingly asking teachers to do immoral things like outing students, refusing to use students' correct gender and pronouns, excluding black voices or queer voices from their curriculum, or not allowing LGBTQ students to even have equal access to books, Carver told Motherboard. As Motherboard previously reported, schools in some states have enacted book bans that specifically target titles by black and LGBTQ authors, which conservative politicians and groups lied as pornographic. When Carver saw the post from Florida teachers with empty classroom shelves, he thought about the queer and transgender students he's taught over the years, including a former trans student who recently committed suicide. That was weighing on me, he said. When you forbid a word or a concept to the extent that a teacher will go to prison, what you're really doing is demonizing. You're telling a student that what you are is so bad that your teacher would go to jail. I do not understand how, in good conscience, people are enacting rules like this, especially when they consider the effect it will have on children in the room. The answer is genocide. There is an ongoing genocide targeted predominantly at queer people, but also at all predominantly at trans people, but including all queer people and many, many more in this country. With all this in mind, we are going to watch this Trump speech one more time. Keep in mind that all of these articles that we have read were written before Trump dropped his video. Trump's video is the freshest, it is the newest thing. And I want you to understand the escalation. We have single states that have managed to succeed in these horrifically draconian genocidal laws. And then this comes. We're going to watch it one more time. I want you to dwell on this, think about it, and keep it in mind. I want you to take this into your mind whenever you consider your political positions and what you believe about the world. Do you believe that these people are going to fight fair? Do you believe these people are going to participate in democratic processes? Do you believe these people are going to give a shit about the law? Do you believe these people do right now? Keep that all in mind. Let's watch this one more time.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple. Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children. Can you believe this? I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go very quickly. I will declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of minor youth will no longer meet federal health and safety standards for Medicaid and Medicare and will be terminated from the program immediately. Furthermore, I will support the creation of a private right of action for victims to sue doctors who have unforgivably performed these procedures on minor children. The Department of Justice will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich at the expense of vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable. We will also investigate whether Big Pharma or others have illegally marketed hormones and puberty blockers which are in no way licensed or approved for this use. My Department of Education will inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to a child that they could be trapped in the wrong body, they will be faced with severe consequences, including potential civil rights violations for sex discrimination.
That is the Republican agenda. The Republican agenda is explicit genocide. Donald Trump is the current voice of the Republican Party, the single most popular Republican candidate, the single most popular Republican platform, and his declaration from just yesterday is genocide. Do you understand now why I said that I was not exaggerating even slightly with my title? We have to take this seriously. Everybody, all of you out there who are listening right now, you have to take this seriously. And the answer is not to lose hope. The answer is not to collapse. The answer is to stand up, to stand together, to help each other stand up, to build, to strategize, to organize, to find one another, to back up works of art, to save and archive, to adopt better personal safety and better community safety, and to be ready for what these people are bringing. because this is just the beginning. If you don't think that Donald Trump's rhetoric is going to get worse, it's only gotten worse. We didn't think it could get much worse. Well, some people did. I did. Many people didn't think it could get much worse than when he was in office. But we've seen that it's only getting worse. He's now actively advocating to ban all ability to transition for all ages. He's actively saying that he is going to target and persecute doctors who help trans people themselves, the families of trans people. I want people to take this seriously. I want people to share this information to content creators, to voices, to everywhere, to every corner of the world. Let them see exactly what's going on and how we have to react. Now more than ever, it is absolutely important that we push back on this together. Big Papa Pancake says, Demon Mama, I really want to be able to help, but I'm not even from the United States. Is there anything I can do? It's hard for me to say. I don't know the circumstances of your life. If you happen to have resources, you may be able to help people, trans people in the States, fund moving, fund medical care. I don't know. I wish I could tell you more. It's very hard to say what you can do from outside of the States. But what you can do is share this information abroad, tell people about it, challenge people when they're engaging in even light levels of transphobia, fight very hard back against this horrific groomer libel and any rhetoric that even echoes it. We've seen how out of control this has spiraled. We've seen how it's been pushed and pushed and pushed, and the rhetoric gets louder and more ridiculous and more aggressive and more violent and more, frankly, panicky. They are inciting a mass panic. They want their constituents to be scared and angry and violent. They want them to strike out. And then they want to use the government and all of the power therein to persecute us. Yes, Bingy Boy. Bingy Boy says, do you think writing local government to ask if trans refugees will be accepted is a good idea? Yes, I do think that's a good idea. The more countries that are willing to take a stance in the positive on this, say that they're willing to take refugees, that means there's going to be more and more of a voice pushing back against this on a global scale. And believe it or not, global pressure can be pretty effective sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. I mentioned that this was going to be a rough stream. He found this video helpful, and you feel like you've learned something from this, even if it's something grim. Please consider supporting my channel. I do a lot of work. This is not easy to do. And also, please consider supporting the myriad civil rights groups, GoFundMes for trans people, organizations that are raising money for trans people that are out there. Yeah. And also, please, when this video goes live, there's going to be an edited version of this video. Please keep an eye out for it and share it around. Obviously, my video is hardly the only one. There are many other creators out there doing really good work. Aaron in the Morning, for example, who is somebody whose writings we borrowed from here. Aaron Reed, right here. This person right here. Aaron Reed, an incredibly talented and devoted writer and researcher on trans issues in the United States. You can give her a follow. You can share her stuff. Donald Trump and the Republican Party are trying to kill trans people. They are trying to successfully enact a massive genocide on trans people. They want to erase us from history. They want to hide our works of art. They want to deny us, and they want to do so for a very specific reason, which is that I mentioned before, that we are a threat to their worldview. In the fundamentalist Christian nationalist worldview, of which Donald Trump does belong, even though we all know that Donald Trump is like a terrible fake Christian. He's not even close to like actually religious himself, but his voter base is. He panders to a Christian nationalist movement. His allies are Christian nationalists, and in their worldview, trans people are inherently evil and must be driven out of public. They believe that we are inherently dangerous. We have to fight against that. That is an enemy that knows only violence. They don't know how to speak any other way. They believe that the world is run by violent domination. They believe that trans people are a threat to everything they know and love. And it's going to take a lot of effort, and it's going to take a lot of solidarity, and it's going to take a lot of courage. So please, take courage. Resolve yourself to fight. Resolve yourself to stand strong. Resolve yourself to connect with new people, to keep your mind open, your eyes and ears prepared and listening and seeing, I guess. Fortunately, I wish I could say that it wasn't a matter of just they've made it us versus them. When you are going up against somebody who is accusing an entire group of people of being groomers and pedophiles simply for existing, a group of people who are literally stripping the bookshelves of books even mentioning us. And let's not forget that they're doing this in lockstep with racism, that they're doing this to people of color as well. They're rolling this all together to target out anyone who isn't them. They've made it a us versus them conflict, and they are not resolved until we are stamped out from this existence. If you've ever wondered what it looks like to live in one of these narratives that we've seen unfold throughout history, in one of these times where a great evil rises and seizes a nation and people lose their minds with hate, you now know this is what it looks like. And it's only going to get worse until people start to fight very hard. These people need to be removed from power. These people need to be denied access to any sort of power whatsoever. They have to be challenged as harsh as possible because, as we see with this declaration from Trump, they intend to use the full power of the state against us, against random people just living their lives. Trans people aren't fucking all armed to the teeth. Yet. But we'll need to be. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for hearing me out on this. I know this is a very, very difficult topic that unfortunately I have to touch on all too frequently right now. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It bothers me. I can't escape it. I'm a political person. I can't even imagine how, well, I mean, I do know because I have partners who aren't amazingly super involved in politics. I have friends who aren't super involved in politics, but they're being involved. But for me, it's like it chews at me all the time. This eats at me constantly. It's on my mind constantly. And that's the goal. They make it that way. They make it in your face all the time. The hate is constantly on you. It fills my comments. It fills my fucking email box. It fills the news. They make it omnipresent because they're trying to pressure you out of existence. But if it comes down to me versus them, if it comes down to my trans siblings versus them, I will choose my trans siblings. And I will choose them very strongly. This shit eats at me because I had hoped that we were past this type of world. I had hoped that we were moving past this type of world. I have hoped that for a very long time, but I knew that we hadn't, and I know that we haven't. I guess that's that. I guess we'll just talk with chat for a little bit now. I guess I've seen how much this shit eats people away. I've been a public figure for almost 3 years. No, wait. Yeah, almost 3 years now. The anniversary of my channel comes up in in less than a month, less than 30 days will be the anniversary of the third anniversary of my channel. And I've seen I've seen how it's affected these communities. I've seen in my own fucking friends and family the fear, the anxiety, the pain, the fucking depression, the inescapability of the hate. One of my partners who isn't very online, earlier this year started crying because she just couldn't. Every time she went on social media, she tried and tried and tried to get the fucking transphobia away, and it was just always there. It's gotten so much worse in that regard. It's inescapable, and it's devastating, and I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it so much. I feel like at every moment that I don't know, my whole life I wanted to be an artist, okay? I was planning my entire life to be an artist, nothing else. I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to make films. I wanted to write books. And I always feel like I can't do that. I always feel like art is it's a luxury, that I don't have the luxury to be able to participate in. And of course, I try to defy this. I try to force myself to engage in explicitly creative acts, not even things like this, which, you know, I would agree that there are artistic elements. There's a lot of artistic elements to my stream. But a lot of my stream is talking about politics. It's sorting through really, really tough issues that aren't explored through the beauty of art. They're instead just sort of confronted directly in their raw form. And it makes me sad because I know that I'm hardly the only one. I know there are so many people who feel like their ability to make the world a more beautiful place are just choked by this endless hatred, this endless invective. It drains me. I know it drains all of us, but it fucking drains me too. Like, I don't even know where I'm supposed to go from here. I don't know that I have anything else to say today. I don't know that I have anything else to say fucking ever. Half the time with this stupid fucking job, I just feel like my purpose is to become a lightning rod for hate. But I'm not giving up. And that's a deliberate decision. I do defy my feelings. And the reason why I defy my feelings is because I know that those feelings are being pushed on me. I know that I'm not a hopeless person. I've never been that way. The hopelessness and the pain and the fear that I feel are being caused by people like Matt Walsh and Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump, these fucking psychopaths who won't let me live my harmless life and make my fucking art, who won't let anybody I know live peacefully. And I always feel like no matter what I do, it's not enough. Like, I don't know how to express I don't know how I can explain the feeling that I feel of just being like, I can't even celebrate achievements. It's hard for me to take any sort of solace in the fact that I have achieved things. This community has grown so much, but I'm just constantly, I feel like reminded, like, oh, it's not enough. It's not going to be enough. Your voice is nothing in comparison to, like, I don't know, the fact that Donald Trump can fucking put out something like that and But I have to remember that it's not like the world isn't built on numbers like that. It's not built on a guy who can stick his dick in your ear digitally. That his worldview doesn't have as much support as it seems. There is support for it. There's a lot, unfortunately, large amount of people who support it, but they're still a massive minority in comparison to the people who don't support him. Yeah, it's mind rape. I mentioned this with Elon Musk, that it is mind rape, that Donald Trump, like, is able to inject his shitty thoughts into your mind at all times, and that we should be resentful. We should be resentful of that fact. Trans people, everybody, not just trans people, everybody should be fucking resentful of the fact that we live in a world where people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Matt Walsh and Steven Crowder can jam their fucking shit in your brain at all times. You know, I've been talking about this year a whole bunch. You know, I do the little thing like this and I say, can you hear the signal? I haven't done it for a couple of days because I feel like I've just been too busy with other things. But that whole thing is all about recognizing that, like, we live in a world of all kinds of signals. And a lot of them are just noise. They're not signals at all. That there are all these people who can force their thoughts into your brain, and that we have to take control of our brain spaces. We have to take control of the airwaves in our own way. We have to learn to shut them out, and we have to learn to shut them down. Evelyn with the $10 says, I'm super socially isolated at IRL and your streams often help. That makes me really happy, Evelyn. Really, really happy to hear that. I mentioned earlier in this stream that I lived through like a really tough natural disaster in California in 2019. In 2019, I did not start streaming until 2020. Early 2020 is when I started streaming. And in 2019, I didn't even have like 30 Twitter followers. I had a handful of friends across the country. I was very isolated. And streams were a solace for me. I would hang out and watch Vosh and a lot. I watched a lot of Vosh. I liked Vosh a lot, and I loved his community. Part of the reason why I loved his community was because there was a lot of trans people there, and also that Vosh was always a vocal supporter of trans people and of feminism in general, and he still is. Part of the reason why I have such a strong connection and friendship with Vosh is because of that fact. And I know some people don't like some of his takes and whatever, but he's always been him and his community have always been a source of solidarity on trans issues. But that community, that streaming community, was a source of warmth when I was extremely isolated, when me and my partners were like huddling together in the literal cold. And I'm happy that I can sort of, I don't know, pay back that debt maybe to the world or something. Chapo too, actually. Believe it or not, Chapo Trap House. Listen to a lot of Chapo. Majority Report with Sam Cedar. The Surfs. A lot of different people. All libs? Yeah, sure, okay. Back in 2006, or not 2006, 2016, back in 2016, there is an episode of David Pakman's show. You want to talk about lib. Back when in 2016, I was definitely just a lib. I had not developed leftist politics yet. I was a progressive lib. And I called in to David Pakman's show on the night of the election to talk about trans issues. I was a caller on David Pakman's election night show while they were waiting for the election results, talking about trans rights. People have found it before. Is the Discord free? The Discord is indeed free. The Discord is absolutely free. Discord.gg/demonmama. Just make sure you do the verification and everything like that. David Pacman got algorithm nuked. It sucked. Really sucks. I did, Dank Catlord. It's very good. Absolutely, Mother Meerset. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thick boy. For those of us who have space for someone to crash at while getting out, do you know where we can reach out to people? Well, Discords are a good place to start. You can start making friends on Discord, and if you happen to befriend people who need it, that's great. But also, above and beyond that, you'll friends of friends. You can start. I mean, the best way to find people to help is to just participate in the communities where people in like trans people and whatever who might be looking to escape their state are likely to congregate. My Discord, many other. I mean, fuck, my Discord, President Sunday's Discord, Lucy's Discord, Vosh's Discord, the Surf's Discord. There's so many people I could shout out. Luxander. There are so many people's communities that are full of trans people, and if you have stuff to provide, you might be able to make friends there and provide that. It's hard to create like single lists. We've tried. I've created GoFundMe lists, but because they come and go so quick, the list needs to be updated, and so it creates a lot of work. In the future, I would like to like have someone on my team who can compile and notate and keep updated, you know, community fundraisers, things like that. But did I show the Deepak clip? I might have. Yeah, I might have. We need to merge all of our small little YouTube communities into one giant anti-fascist one. I don't think that's the answer. I don't think merging all into one community is the answer, but instead building inroads that tie communities together. You know, everybody knows I'm a big fan of Death Stranding around here. But I think that tying our communities together, building inroads and connections, social connections. I know that sometimes I really hate I hate the limitations of language sometimes. What I always try to talk, you guys hear me say this stuff all the time. I always try to encourage people to make genuine connections with one another. I'm not talking about like, I am influenced very heavily by anarchist philosophy because I believe that anarchist philosophy does a better job at accurately communicating the way that humans connect with one another. Bridges are built between communities not by official statements that say, hey, this is the official connection between these communities, but because people in those spaces co-occupy and go back and forth. They have friends that connect them. That's why I always encourage everybody in my community to socialize, to make friends, to you know, I built the space and I talk about things and I get the discourse going and I get things going and I get conversations and I keep you entertained. But you all meet each other and connect and you build these inroads and you build your own projects and you take care of each other. And we've seen that so much. Oh my God. It's so good. Absolutely, Striped Kidder. Absolutely, Striped Kidder. Beneath says, I don't know how you feel 100%, and I won't try to compare myself to you. Just know this, as an outcast in many ways, your YouTube content gave me a safe haven since last year. Your channel and community have given me hope that I'm not alone in this shit place. Thank you for all you're doing. From a little anarchist from Germany. Wow. Beneath, oh my God. Thank you so much. Unironically, I'm gonna screenshot. So I'm going to save that one. God, that is some bloomer fuel right there. I'm very, very happy to hear that. And I want to keep doing that and better. I want my Discord. I want my chats. I want my website and my social presence to be a facilitator of connections. That is something I believe in. I want to get people in with the signal. I want people to hear the signal, and I want them to follow it and connect with one another. Strands that bind us all together can be a source of strength. Simon Huey says, believe it or not, Tijuana is actually a pretty LGBT-friendly place. A lot of people are active and most speak English, and people here love American pop culture, especially music. It's an affordable alternative to San Diego in case anyone needs a new place to consider. There's already a lot of Americans living here in Tijuana. That sounds great. I know that at least Washington, of course, I live in Washington. I live in Seattle, big city in Washington. And it's an expensive place to live. It is definitely that. But I will say that as far as trans issues go here, it's very, very good. Trans rights have been literally written into the Constitution. They amended the Constitution to explicitly enshrine trans rights. And there are a lot of trans people here, which is really great. Like, I mean, a lot of trans people live here. It's like a mecca. There are just thousands and thousands and thousands of trans people here in Washington. It's Mixed Dizzy says, I don't know if I'd be okay with after the breakup with my emotionally abusive ex if it wasn't for your community. They were all I had as a non-binary person until your community provided me a place that I felt safe. God, I'm really happy to hear that. Good job. Good job, imps. Do you guys see what you guys do together? The warmth that the imps are able to provide for one another is like one of the most beautiful things. It's one of the things that makes me feel like I really have an impact on this world. Lava Monster says, Seattle has got to be one of the top 5 best places in the world to live as a trans person. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty good here. I'm not going to lie. It's the best place I've ever lived as a trans person. I lived all over the country. People, longtime fans of my show know I've lived all over the place. I worked a million different jobs. I'm a bit of a nomad in some ways. Stone Zebra 66 was considering Washington State until they banned high-capacity mags. Let me just tell you, the high-capacity mag ban is not going well for the state of Washington. Basically every law enforcement agency in Washington has come out against the ban because it's unenforceable. There's no way that they can actually enforce it. There's no way it's going to stay for much longer. The high-capacity mag ban is like... It's not, I doubt it's going to stick. There is a gigantic court case that is looking like it's going to have a lot of success. And there's essentially, there's very, very little, if any, enforcement. Basically, every single law enforcement agency in the state has said, we can't enforce this. This law is ridiculous. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Sheep with the $20 says, Mama, thank you for everything you do. January was very hard on me and your videos are valuable to me. Thank you so much. That really means the world to me. Thank you so much, Sheep. January is a hard month in general for a lot of people. It's like the dregs of winter in some ways, but also like this year's January has been really rough. God, the news this year in January has been brutal. So I'm very happy that I'm able to provide some laughs and some warmth and stuff. Yeah, it's fucking cold and dark. I've been smoking more weed than usual, that's for sure. I've been smoking significantly less weed than usual. Oh yeah, don't worry, Mr. Krabs. I'm going to go through and read. I missed some donations during the last few segments, so I'll go and read them. As someone who's generally clueless with guns, what makes a high capacity mag ban unenforceable? Okay, so the reason why a high capacity mag ban is so hard to enforce is because there's already 1 million of them. So like the state is full of people who legally purchased high capacity mags. Now the ban does not remove all of them. Like there's no confiscation going on. If you had them from before, you're allowed to keep them. They're not taking away your old high capacity mag bans. But what that means is that in order to enforce it, any person that they have to do stop and checks. So like if you're arrested or if you're at a gun range and a game, you know, and a warden shows up, or if you're at a gun range and a cop shows up, or if a cop stops you and looks at your mags, then they go, do you have the receipt for this? And who the fuck is going to have a receipt for a random cheapo? Mags cost like $10. They're like nothing. So who the fuck is going to keep a receipt for a magazine? So there's just no way that nobody can prove that they rightfully or unrightfully own it. So of course it's just a headache, and there's no fine for it. They're just supposed to confiscate it if it was bought after a certain date. That's the reason why. Because like they're only supposed to confiscate ones that aren't grandfathered in. And as a result, no one ever keeps their receipts for all of forever, so there's no way to prove it. It means that cops have to waste a fuckload of time if they even want to, so they just don't. They just don't care. They might confiscate your mags if you have like a really bad interaction with a cop and they feel like being an asshole, they could probably confiscate your weapon and your mags, but there's no like real charge for it. Like it's like a very minor fine. Yeah, that I hope that explains it. It's just a ton of busy work. And also, there's just a lot of people who are just downright disobeying the law. You know, like tons of people disobey the law. August says, Demon Mama, you were the first person that really got me to be able to say I don't want to die. The first time I saw your videos, I was scared and isolated and feared for my life every day, but your videos gave me some hope. I still live in Texas and I'm not going to run. I will be here for those that can't fight on their own, and for those who thought like I did, it might be easier just to not be around anymore. It does get better, you guys. I'm very happy that I was able to inspire that, but remember that came from you. I can only act, my literal only thing that I can do outside of like, well, as a content creator, when I do like charities and stuff like that, or when I give money, I can obviously have a more tangible impact. But as a content creator, all I can do is catalyze. I can only act as a catalyst for what's already inside of you. It's fucking great to hear, August, and also good on you for wanting to help other people. It does get better. Keep in mind that fascists can't keep this up forever. Fascist societies are untenable. They are irrational. They are emotional. They burn out. They do great damage, which is why we want to prevent them from happening. You have to think of fascist societies as like a fever, okay? It's like a fever that takes societies sometimes. And I'm simplifying. It's like a fever that takes societies. And the fever eventually breaks because it will kill itself. The fever will break one way or another. It's just how much the cost will be. Our goal is to prevent the fever if we can, and when the fever comes, to defeat it with antibiotics. High velocity antibiotics. Fascism is a social sickness. It's a social sickness that comes from a pathological hate. Fascism is bred from just a deranged and unchecked hatred. It comes from, it's a shortcut to a certain type of power that comes at the cost of everyone's minds, at the mind of a society. Like, look at the way that like reality has just blown apart. Now, many people would argue that reality, there's never been much of a consensus on reality, and that's true to a certain degree. But what I'm talking about is just like, as fascism has been on the rise in the United States, I want you to look at the blanket denials of reality that have begun to take place. It's like, it's not just a superstition. It's not just a spiritualism. It is a literal inability to ingest facts. It is an inability to see the world as it is and come to conclusions based on that. And yeah. Yeah, exactly, Simon Huey. Simon Huey says, just like a really bad fever, fascists also cause brain damage. Yeah, fascism does. Looking back at fascist Germany, it feels like they collectively lost their minds for those years. Well, in some ways they did. And in other ways, I mean, yes, in some ways they did, but it's also scary to acknowledge like how people get swept up into it. They get swept up into the panic. They get swept up into the mob mentality. Captain Eve with the $5 says, you and your community help me remember that this is not all over. I'm too skittish to chat too much, but I never miss a stream. Thanks for being here. You're very, very welcome. I'm very happy to be able to do that for you. I'm very happy my community is able to do that for you. Thank you so much for supporting me. I'm one of these weird people where I decided some time ago, and I mean years ago, that there is 0% chance that anyone is ever going to convince me to kill myself or anything along those lines. That I will stick it through even agony just because I'm curious enough to wonder how it's going to go and to see how I can affect it. And I think that's actually can be a healthy mentality, even if some people don't think it's particularly chipper. I want to see how it all checks out. Even if there's bad stuff along the way, I'll fight against the bad stuff, but I want to see how it checks out. I want to keep going for as long as I can. But yeah, it's Black History Month now. Happy Black History Month, everybody. True, Mika Niao, true. Demon Speaker says, maybe we should return to old-style World War II anti-Nazi propaganda because it's the near literal exact same pattern. They saved us a lot of the effort by making it already. I agree. We should. We should use some of that stuff to our advantage. It is true. It is shocking. At some point, I would like to take the time to go and actually just do a video, like a prepared segment where we just go and read some of the Nazi propaganda from the time. Because I'm not kidding you, it's like identical. It's like, it's shocking. It's identical to the shit that we see right now. Like, I mean, you guys remember that, remember like a month or two ago, there was that debate that we read where somebody, it was this person named Ellen DeGeneres. Or Degenerate. Ellen Degenerate. I said Ellen DeGeneres. I meant to say Ellen Degenerate. Ellen Degenerate, was like, this small content creator basically went on a panel and read off a letter that was written to Matt Walsh, and they had just changed like 2 or 3 words. It was actually a letter that had been published in Der Stürmer, but everyone believed that it was just a letter that had been written and published by Matt Walsh. Ron Wise Gamgee says, I want to thank you for the video you posted up where you respond to Hunter's xenogender video. I posted my reply there where things clicked for me regarding xenogenders and neopronouns. Ron Wise, that's great to hear. It was nice talking to you the other night. Thank you for that very kind comment. Happy Black History Month to you as well. May those black folks that achieved these great feats in science, art, technology, medicine, etc. never, ever, ever be forgotten. True! Never forget. Oh, please, Boovine, please email that to me. Here's my email. Please, Boovine. Oh, yeah, we have to take off the infamous emotes. I think it was, I think Ellen Degenerate was talking to, Sansoy. Oh, that made me laugh. Oh, I wish there was something funny we could react to. I don't know if I have it in me. I'm enjoying chatting with chat right now. Oh, Seska. Is that also your name? There's multiple. We know there's multiple Ellen Degenerates. Oh. People were complaining about one of the VODs having the audio issue now too. Damn it, that's gonna drive me crazy. Oh, it's your name on Twitter. Okay. God, I'm so hungry right now. So ridiculous how hungry I am right now. Stream got me drawing again. It's been a while since I felt like sitting down and doing art. That is so base, Mixed Dizzy. That is fucking awesome. Oh, I didn't talk about the deep fakes. Oh, God. We could talk about the deep fakes. I should do the deep fakes. Demon Mama, have you played Hi-Fi Rush yet? I haven't yet. I want to. Hi-Fi Rush looks great. Beneath says, I love that you got the little touch of irony in why Daniil is an Amprim PowerPoint. That a cat named after Daniil is an Amprim. Oh, that was a great document. Beneath, that was a absolutely fantastic little meme. That was absolutely fantastic PowerPoint. Lucifina Laurel says, what can someone who's bound by the law to stay in a red state do to protect themselves or leave? Okay. Best thing you can do is connect with people in state or out of state. Making friends who can help you, cover for you, etc., can help you a lot. Knowing people locally, knowing other trans people or trans allies locally will be a lifesaver. And also, discuss with, if you are, unless you're in one of the, well, I guess it depends on the state that you're in, but as of right now, adult HRT is not banned. If you're a trans person and you are in a red state, talk to your doctor now. Get your transition stuff taken care of now. It is much harder for them to, kick you off a medically necessary medication legally and medically than it is for them to prevent you from getting it in the first place. Once you're on hormones, there is a very strong argument to be made that removing you from hormones is not legal or possible, even on even in the reddest of red states. They might make your life difficult, but you can make it difficult for them. So get ahead of it. Ashmar says, I've heard it explained somewhere, don't remember where, that fascists will believe things that they know aren't true or believe things that are contradictory, basically as a show of strength of their belief. Yes, that is a documented phenomenon among authoritarian mindset people who have a very strongly authoritarian focused view of the world, is that yes, they take pride in contradictions, because if they can gleefully engage publicly in a contradiction, in a lie, it proves how strong they are. I'm lying and you can't do anything about it. I don't have to be honest with you because you can't do anything about it. It's a power thing. It literally is a power thing. It's like, have you ever had like a schoolyard bully be like, what are you gonna do about it? You know what I mean? It's checking you. It's saying like, yeah, like, so what? I don't have to have science on my side. I make the truth. But that's what they believe. That's the reason why all fascists are liars. And you can never believe anything that a fascist says, is because at the end of the day, they believe truth is dictated by power. So in their mind, it is both a flex and also the fact that they believe that power is what dictates the truth. It's like they believe in the, in Game of Thrones, the right by conquest. It's like, oh, you can become king by inheriting it, or if you rightfully conquer the throne. They believe that, but in their day-to-day life. Killjoy says, is the reason you want to get on HRT, and the reason it's harder for them to take you off HRT is because it could be life-threatening. Yes, it can be very life-threatening. Taking you off of hormones that your body is adjusted to can be dangerous. Hey, hi Progressive, how you doing? Good to see you. You missed the, thankfully you came in after the extremely stressful and extremely depressing segment we did before, but that was nonetheless important. Demon Speaker says, I get the need for HRT medication now, but I want to know about what corrective licenses and documentation. I'm staying away from that in Texas because I am not getting put on a list. That's fine. Documents are not as, well, depending on your life, documents aren't that big of a deal. If you can tolerate, boy moding or girl moding, depending, or whatever, if you can tolerate that at times, you're totally fine to keep your documents the way they are. A lot of people like to change their documents because they don't ever want the documents to be an issue. But if you want to avoid being put on a list, then, it's a give or take. You have to choose a strategy for yourself, what's right for you. Subs and Soda says, I asked Vosh about this, but I didn't get an answer. I'm wondering how the U.S. will get past all these problems without getting rid of gerrymandering, first past the post in the two-party system, or getting rid of a majority of the Republican Party. Unfortunately, I think it's the last answer, getting rid of a majority of the Republican Party. The Republican Party in its current state is sternly anti-democratic and increasingly Christian nationalist. A enormous chunk of the Republican Party pretends and plays at democracy as a way to turn this into a Christian nation that is led by some sort of authoritarian strongman of their own choosing. This was something that was all over the place in the church that I grew up in, the cult that I grew up in. They literally would openly say they believe that democracy is not as good as a monarchy with a godly king. And they actually believed that if they could only get a godly president who would take control, and that it would be a much better world. That is the worldview of a lot of Republicans. Additionally, basically Republicans have made it impossible for the legislative system to do anything but benefit them. Since the rise of Trump, they've had this approach of basically breaking everything that they can. They have been sabotaging every functional democratic institution of any type, to the point that so much of our country is in like legalistic disrepair. I don't know that there's an easy way out without dealing with the Republican Party. The Republican Party, as we should be able to tell from that Donald Trump thing that we watched earlier, they are incompatible with a functional future for the United States of America. And I don't know for sure that a singular United States of America is going to actually come out of this situation. It's pretty hard for me to imagine like an actual like formal civil war of any type in this day and age. However, like I mentioned with the map earlier, the map showing the difference in legislative, what's the right word I'm looking for here? Agreement. Like red states and blue states have completely different philosophies with regard to basic practices of governance, and also with basic practices towards medicine. The ideological like split is so drastic that like some states don't even feel like they're in the same country. Washington, Oregon, and California, for example, created the Pacific Compact during COVID, which was basically a way to ignore Donald Trump as the president. They were like, Donald Trump is going to get everybody killed. So the Pacific State Compact came together to pass COVID regulation that was out of step with the federal government and out of step with red states. It's very wild. We live in a very, very, very strange political moment. Uncle Gumbald with the 2 gifted tier 2 subs. What's that, Cooking Mama, for comfy come down time? Why, you shouldn't have. I don't know if I can manage that, but it does sound good. It does definitely sound good. Laia King says, lately I've been watching your old streams and your positivity enthusiasm has helped me pass through some really gloomy days. I really love your Cooking Mama segments and gaming streams, though I always bring up how much I like your gaming stuff. Aw, thank you so much, Laia King. I really do want to, I really want to do more gaming streams. I'm really going to make an effort. Gaming is obviously really important to me, but I want to get better at it, and I have been. The last gaming stream, we had almost 300 people show up for the gaming stream. If you guys don't watch my gaming streams regularly, come to the next gaming stream. I'm serious. You guys will have a great time. We had like 4 debates, well, 2 debates and 2 conversations, something like that. Last stream, it was great. It was fucking awesome. Is it true that passports allow you to assign your own gender without state intervention? Right now, yes, but that could go away. This is a problem that happened under Obama as well. Obama made it easier to change your gender marker, and then the moment that Trump came into power, because it was done by executive action, he just immediately undid it. Joe Biden has done that as well. You can get an X marker or whatever on your passport. But unfortunately, Donald Trump or any other Republican could undo it almost immediately because it's just done by executive order. Have you played Raft before? I haven't actually played Raft, but it looks really good. I saw Keffels playing it last night. Oh my God. Oh my God. Last night. Oh my God. It was so fucking funny. Last night, Keffels, the Keffels stream was so juicy. Keffels has been beefing with Mel. Some of you may remember Mel. Mel is like a weird character in the politics space. She hasn't really been relevant in any way, shape, or form for some time. But Mel had a really infamous debate with Vosh that we actually reviewed on this channel because it was so wild. And last night, holy shit, did it get juicy. Because as many people know, Mel and Keffels used to be partners, in fact. And recently, Mel's been being, like, as usual, a giant piece of shit. But Mel's been being a piece of shit specifically to Keffels. And Keffels leaked DMs where, God, can I just show you? I can just show you. All right, we're going to take a small drama segment moment. We do a drama moment. Oh, my God. This would actually be really funny. Oh, my God. Okay. So, all right, hold on a second. Okay. All right, this is the shot, okay? The shot, and they're gonna get the chaser, okay? Wet ass pussy goblin says, Keffels compares ChaosisMel to an ethno-nationalist for resonating with her place of birth. Absolutely disgusting behavior. Okay, first off, Mel is an ethno-nationalist. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Mel is a hardline Stalinist. She will deny being a Stalinist, but we've had her on the show and we've analyzed her stuff. She's a Stalinist, and she believes in ethnic nations. She stated this in multiple of her debates, which I just rewatched with Keffels last night, so I know that this is true. Mel makes an argument that there is basically a single people in Korea, she never says it's defined by gender or whatever. She says there's a single nation that is based on ethnicity. That Korea needs to reunify into a single government based on ethnicity. That is explicitly, no questions asked, ethno-nationalism. That is just, you just need to own that. That's what that is. If you believe that such a thing as a ethnic-based nation exists and that they need to be unified as an ethnic nation, that is ethno-nationalism. Anyway, let's do this. Here, watch this. This is the quote, and then I'll show you guys the chaser.
Like, I just hope my people make the right decision for their own sovereignty. If they want to be pro-West, hell yeah, let's do it. If they want to do social democracy, cool. If they want to be...
She sounds like an ethno-nationalist, you know what I mean? Like, she really sounds like an ethno-nationalist. It's crazy. She's not from Korea. She was born in Korea and she was adopted out to, like, white middle-class parents.
You know?
Okay.
Like,
That is true. She talks about that regular. Okay, ready? Here's the chaser. Ready? Mel, so Keffels leaked the Facebook DMs from early 2020, okay? These were from February of 2020, all right? Ready? This is Mel. I'm an ex-neo-Nazi. Basically, it has been about a month. Round 2, electric melaloo. And then Keffel says, I don't know, there's gonna be like a qualitative difference between dating an ex-neo-Nazi cis white dude and an ex-neo-Nazi trans Korean woman. There's gotta be. And then Mel goes on to say, I was definitely like Nick Fuentes or Milo, etc. Those POC queers who were like sick, edgy white supremacists. It was like my life for about 10 years. And then Keffel says, this is a separate incident. This was from a separate point. I know you and that you don't believe in the Uyghur genocide is real, and I don't understand why you're trolling so hard. Is it just because it's funny? It is really funny. It's not happening though, says Mel. China is being sus, but killing people on the Holocaust level? Nah. So here we have Mel admitting that in January of 2020, she was still a groiper, a neo-Nazi, and that she had been a neo-Nazi for 10 years. And then, of course, immediately jumping into Uyghur genocide denialism. God, just, oh my God. Was it funny? I don't think so. I mean, you guys, I've mentioned my history with Mel many times. Mel was one of the first people I ever had on my show. Back in early 2020, I was friends with Mel. I did not, when I first came into this space, I did not have any experience interacting with Marxist-Leninists. As far as I was concerned, Marxist-Leninists were just a flavor of leftism when I was brand new to this space. And I had some nice conversations with Mel, although the first conversation I had with Mel got me a lot of critique because Mel said some things that were not true, and I didn't have the tools to like call her out on that because I was like sort of assuming she would be speaking in good faith. Yeah, she just smokes weed and plays League all day. That is accurate. That is actually 100% true. I used to play, I used to play a lot of games with Mel, and I used to actually, you know, have chats and stuff with Mel regularly. Like, we would hang out a lot. And over time, Mel got more and more and more toxic to the degree that it was impacting our private relationship, not just our public relationship. You know, because Mel isn't really a content creator. She's like a Twitter clout chaser. It's very weird. Mel does not actually have a channel or anything like that. She's been on many shows, but she did so without a channel. She would just appear on the show as a guest. And as time went on, Mel got so toxic. She was getting more and more toxic. She was leaning more and more into this like Pepe posting Stalinism memes. And then she started doing explicit genocide denial. But what actually, but that was like, our friendship ended before she started doing explicit genocide denial. What ended our friendship was her treatment of Merrick. Some of you may know the content creator Merrick DeVille. Merrick is a wonderful person. A very, very honest and a very good person in my opinion. I've known Merrick for a long time, and I really think highly of Merrick. Mel was jumping on board with dog piles on Merrick constantly, and Mel actually reignited multiple dog piles on Merrick for seemingly no reason. There was no real reason for Mel to reignite it, and I don't want to get too into the weeds here, but basically, Merrick got like turbo canceled like some time ago by tanky Twitter. And when I say turbo canceled, I mean like they're still harassing her to this day. And so Mel would use the fact that she was well known in tanky Twitter to keep reigniting the drama on Merrick. And I had a private conversation with Mel where I was like, Mel, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? This sucks. You've become increasingly toxic. When we're hanging out in private, you're like more and more of an asshole. And also you keep doing this shit with Merrick. And Mel like basically freaked out and called me a like a fake friend basically. And then I was like, all right, we're done then. And then right after that, she started doing fucking public genocide denial. Actually insane. Actually insane. Oh, sorry about the clipping. I forgot to adjust something. There we go. That should help the clipping. We've been having some audio issues. The issue is a little bit difficult for me to fix. I apologize. I'm hoping that it's not too bad. I know we took like an hour at the beginning of the stream to try and do it. Looks like I dodged a bullet. Yeah, I did. I definitely dodged a bullet. I mean, I could try and replace the Elgato, but we've tried some alternatives and none of them have worked. We tried a Black Magic, a DaVinci Black Magic 3 or whatever, or was it DaVinci? I can't remember. Black Magic 3, something along those lines. And yeah, anyway. Yeah, sorry about the audio today. It makes me really sad. God, it really bums me out when I get bad audio. Anyway. It feels weird to call it canceling for Merrick. They actually just tried to destroy her life. Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to downplay what happened to Merrick. Like, tanky Twitter was like, they were going crazy. They were emailing people that she knew. They were trying to dox her. It was actually insane. Just genuinely off the rails. USB surging? I don't think it's USB surging. I think the problem is I mean, I guess it could be. I'm on the thing is my Elgato is the lightning cable one. So anyway, whatever. I'll try and fix it for next stream. Don't worry. I'll make sure that I do a test stream and we'll figure out what's going on. What did Merrick even do or say to piss him off? Oh God. Okay. God, that is a lore hole. Okay, I'll give you a quick summary. Merrick went to a BLM protest in I think it was in Kenosha. Maybe it wasn't in Kenosha. I can't remember where it was. Merrick went to a BLM protest with a very, very big Twitter tanky account. And there was a fuckload of drama, basically. And this person, yes, a person named Savvy, yeah. And this person got really, really mad at Merrick for some reason. It's hard to tell exactly why, but Merrick was basically Merrick hooked up with a guy that, as far as we can tell, Savvy would have rather been hooked up with. Unironically, it just seems like a jealousy thing. And then so Savvy decided to falsely accuse Merrick of sexual assault, because Merrick was like making out like intensely with this guy in the same room that they were both staying in. So like Savvy was in one bed and then Merrick and the guy were in the other, and Merrick and the guy were like making out, and they never had sex, but they were making out. And then Savvy accused Merrick of sexual assault, I believe. And then she didn't actually tell the full story, so a bunch of people ran with it, and they basically tried to drive Merrick out of the space. Yeah. It's pretty bad. So, yeah. Yeah, like literally Savvy just kept saying that she was like sexually, I might be getting the words wrong, so forgive me, this is ancient drama now. I think the word she used was sexual assault, which is not what happened at all. At worst, it's rude to like intensely make out with somebody in the room, but you're not violating anyone by like making out with someone in a shared room. And yeah, she went really hard with the allegations, but she didn't actually tell the full story. She just kept repeating the allegations, and tanky Twitter basically went insane on Merrick. And they actually completely destroyed Merrick's, they completely just damaged Merrick's career permanently. Merrick previously had a very successful OnlyFans, because Merrick is a sex worker, or was a sex worker in the past. And the tanky cancellation campaign basically reduced her OnlyFans membership by more than half. So Merrick was no longer able to make the same living, and like make a living at all. She was able to make some money, but she wasn't able to pay her bills anymore. Literally an unironic cancellation that Merrick was not able to bounce back from until even now. Yeah. Yeah, so, and of course, Merrick ended up getting basically everyone involved in the situation besides the girl to tell their side of the story. And of course, even Savvy herself backed off of the allegations, but only after the damage had been done. It sucks, so. Yeah. She hasn't been streaming recently, has she? I don't know. I have not been doing as good of a job keeping up with all the streams lately. I could check, I guess. Merrick posted a video 4 days ago, so yeah. Looks like Merrick's still posting videos. And it looks like Merrick streamed about 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago. So yeah, Merrick seems to be still doing stuff. Probably just busy. Merrick is a great person, and yeah. Like, again, just for the record, I think it's kind of a faux pas and definitely very awkward to like get into some like heavy makeout sesh in like a shared hotel room, but I don't think that that's like sexual violation in any way. In fact, I think you'd have to basically be like RGR or something like that in order to believe that. You'd have to be like some sort of Puritan to believe that. And they just completely destroyed, and they don't leave her alone. Like I said, like it still gets ignited from time to time. Self-loathing egomaniac says, I've known Merrick for 2.5 years now. They're an awesome person. Yeah, Merrick is amazing. Merrick is like one of the most kind and honest people I've ever met. It's actually insane how much hate she gets. It's depressing. I think the stream when we first had her on was my first introduction to Merrick. Yeah, a lot of people got to know Merrick from that. I was happy to talk to her. I had the first time I ever had Merrick on by pure chance. The cancellation was whipping back up again because a bunch of tankies were attempting to dox Merrick and swat Merrick by submitting anonymous tips to the FBI that Merrick was the Kentucky bomber. Insane. Merrick is also hilarious. Yes, Merrick is hilarious. She's an amazingly talented person. Nashville? Oh, Tennessee. Sorry, Tennessee. Not Kentucky. Why did I say Kentucky? Yeah, surely this will bring us socialism. Exactly. Yeah, it deserves a weird champ. Yeah, that's right. Good night, Laia King. Thanks for being here. Wait, what's her channel? Merrick DeVille. It's just called Merrick DeVille. I hate USSR symbolism. Yeah, I get that. I think there's some cool symbolism there, but it has such a cringe factor that I can barely enjoy it. All right, everybody. So here's what's gonna happen. That segment took it out of me. I'm gonna do a quick dono read, and then I'm gonna wrap up for the night. I'm gonna stream again later this week. At some point, we will probably do a gaming stream at some point this week as well. There's a couple of things I wanted to still talk about, but I just honestly, I think I need a fucking breather. Today was a rough topic. I'm really happy that we got to do the main stuff, but first I do need to read off all of the donations. So let me read through the donos real quick. Yeah, maybe we'll do a Cooking Mama, not tonight, but maybe we'll do a Cooking Mama soon. Somniostatic with the $5 hopium. What's the hopium? Hopium? What's this one?
It's been really nice, but there's a part of me that feels really bad because I really love you so much, and it's not that like I necessarily owe you anything, but it's
you don't owe me anything.
Well, and you've never made me feel that way. But the thing is, like, I love you, and
Merrick, thank
you know, even beyond, like, I'm sorry, I know this might seem a little parasocial because we've only
no,
talked
it's not.
online,
It's not at all. I know I'm reacting to me in the past, but let me just say, like, Merrick and I have a social connection. We've chatted many times over the years. Like, it's not like a parasocial thing at all.
It's like, I really do value you as a person, and I think you've done a lot to help me shape my thinking for a lot of things, and I've been really, really grateful both to the kind of content you create in your streams, Because
back when I was smoking.
been really entertaining
Glad
and,
I don't do
and
that anymore,
informative,
honestly.
but also just because you've been such a fucking
What a fucking sweet moment. God damn. This is so, Merrick is so fucking
good
kind.
friend
It's
to me,
unbelievable.
and I'm so fucking grateful that I met you.
Merrick has also been an incredibly good friend to me. So just know that the feeling is still strong and is still mutual to this very day. Merrick is absolutely somebody I would consider a friend and an ally. So, wow, thank you for sending me that. I totally forgot about that. That was so nice. That was New Year's 2021, 2022. You found the Zan convo? Oh, that's awesome. I should have another conversation with Merrick soon. I would really like to do that, actually. That's a really fucking good idea. Gotta catch up with Merrick and see how she's doing. Uncle Gumbald with the tier 2 tier 1 subs. Cooking Mama for the comfy come down. I don't have the energy, but thank you. Captain Eve with the $5. You and your community help me remember it's not all over. I'm too skittish to chat too often, but I never miss a stream. Thanks for being here. You're very welcome, and thank you, Captain Eve. Shoe Hash with the $20. You are an irreplaceable part of a canvas of minds that extends into the tens of thousands. May the real angels of America protect you. Won't fuss on your stream again. Aw, Shoe Hash, thank you so much. You don't ever have to fuss or anything. You're all good. You can fuss if you want to, I guess. Thank you so much, Shoe Hash. Brina with the $6.66. Truly appreciate everything you do, Demon Mama. Love, support, and solidarity to you, the imps, and all my queer and trans siblings. Much solidarity to you. Mr. Krabs with the $5. Here's a song for you in chat to listen to you that will get you pumped and angry at the Republican Party. How did I know? Slaps pretty hard. All right, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Sorry for blowing out the ears of everyone, but I didn't know how loud it was going to be. These Sonic videos are very unpredictable in their volume. Some of them are way too quiet, other ones are way too loud. Thank you, Mr. Krabs, for the $5. Peanut Butter Blonde with the gifted tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. A Pisto with the $25, thank you very, very much. Oh wait, I read that one already. Session with the tier 1 sub, sorry, Mama, my horns shed themselves without my remembering, so I'm getting some new ones. Based. Thank you very, very much, Session. Thank you very, very much. Mixed Dizzy with the tier 2 sub, thank you so much, Mixed Dizzy. Renewal time anyway, this thread I posted about art tips was really, really neat. Go and look at it. Let's take a look. I am not an artist, but draw the bodies, the clothes, the hair, etc. on different layers in the sketch and use different colors so it makes it easier to see what you're looking at. Also, it means your unfinished sketches look more aesthetic and post-worthy. Wow, that's actually that is really good advice. I am not an artist of that type, but I bet a lot of people would find that very valuable. That's awesome as hell. Thank you. Saul Gracchus with the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Saul Gracchus. Missed some people in the first pass. Oh, sorry. Saul Gracchus with another 10 tier 1 subs, I should say. Too many white names. I'll fix it. Thank you very, very much. Piftle Cakes with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Doomed Potato with the $20. Launched our union card drop today, and we already have 20% of people at my workplace signed up. Here's to celebrate with comrades. Wait, Doomed Potato, that's fucking sick. You already have 20%? That's fucking sick as shit. Bottling Sunshine with the tier 3 sub and with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much for supporting me, Bottling Sunshine. You all make this possible. Thank you so much. Sturquilinus with the... Oh, wait, that was from the other day. That's all of them. We're caught up. We're actually all caught up. Oh, post the linky for the thread. Oops. Oops. Hold on, I'll post the linky for the thread. Hold on. I'll post it. Hold on. I'll get it. Hold on. Here we go. There's the linky. There's more in the, like, you got to go up to the parent thread to see everything. Oh, okay. You beat me to it, Mixed Dizzy. Layla Spellwind says, hello, Demon Mama. I messaged you on Twitter. You were super friendly, so I thought I'd come to see you live. Whoa, thank you. Welcome to the chat. Everybody, can we get some hugs for Layla Spellwind? Give some hugs to Layla Spellwind. There we go. Welcome to the chat. Sorry that I just read your message now and I'm wrapping up, but you should rewind and watch the stream and see all the cool stuff. We had a big meme contest reveal at the beginning. It was amazing. Look at that. Look at all of that. All the warmth and hugs. Shark. What is this? When did this come in here? Somebody sent me a thread of sharks. All right, let's look at the shark pictures real quick. Feeling down, click the shark. Okay. Baby sharks. Baby shark, baby shark. Well, that's not a baby shark. That's a big shark. Damn. Okay, now they're getting bigger. What a funky looking shark. This shark looks cute. Whale sharks. I love whale sharks. Whale sharks are good. Wow, this guy's got a big brown hole. Spooky boy. Funny boy. Big. Extremely big. Large. Oh, I like these ones. These sharks are cool. I've seen these out there. Layla Spellman with the incredibly generous $8. Thank you so much. Cookie cutter sharks are awesome. They are cool. They're a little scary though, but they are really cool. My favorite sharks are, oh my God, that's a big boy. Big boy. My favorite sharks are like basking sharks because they're so cool. Hold on, let me see if I can find a cool picture of a basking shark. They're so spooky, but they're friendly. They don't hurt you. They don't hurt anybody. They're really friendly. I want to see a big high quality one. Let's see it. So large. Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. Damn. Look at how big it is. It's huge. It's kind of hard to get an idea of how big they are, but they're really big. They're super cool. Nurse sharks are really cute. I wonder if there's one like next to a person. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's one next to a person. Look at that. There's one next to a fucking person. It's huge. Rhodes, the timestamps will be up in just a minute. It's like it was a while ago. Whale sharks are great. Whale sharks are also very friendly. Here, let me show you a whale shark. I mean, there were some pictures in there, but whale sharks are fucking enormous and they're also amazing. They're so cool. Like, look at these babies. Oh my God. It's so thirsty. And by that I mean it's so hungry. Oh, they're so cute. Hold on. There's my whale shark impression. I love them. Wow, what a good thread. I don't even know where that thread came from. Did I click a link from somebody in chat? Well, whoever did that, good job. Okay, everybody. Oh, wait, look at this. Okay, one last thing. Somebody got this screenshot of me. Damn, what an agonized appearance. This is what happens. This is what fucking happens when I have audio problems. Layla Spellwind with the tier 1 sub found the button. Sorry for the spam of donations. Never apologize for spamming me with money, ever. Thank you. Have a lovely day, everyone. Free hugs back at you all. If anyone ever needs a hug, I'm always there for you. Thank you for being here. That's me. That was me. That was me. People were criticizing. If you're wondering why I'm making a weird face like that, it's because people were criticizing my whale shark impersonation. So, you know. All right, everybody. I need to go get some food, and I need to go rest a little bit because this stream was a lot, and we have been going for 5 hours and 15 minutes. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting me, and I will see you all very, very soon. Remember, do not fucking die. See you soon, everybody. Thank you for supporting me, and have a wonderful night.